And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another beautiful day of racing here on Lake Natoma at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for 2014. Our first race of the morning is the women's currently underway and coming through the breakage point. This race is presented by the Folsom Travel Bureau, and we thank them for their sponsorship. Very early on in our race, we have three boats that have jumped out to an early lead. Lane 6, Episcopal Dallas, with a very slight lead over Lane 3, Vashon Island. Vashon Island holding a slight lead over Lane 2, Greenwich. And then back in that fourth place position, Stanton currently in that fourth place spot. In fifth, we'll move over to Lane 4, Steel City. And in sixth, Vancouver Lake. But still very early in the race, and a lot will change here. All crews coming up to 250 meters in. Rates have come down. They have finished their starting sequence, which consists of a series of very high stroke rating strokes, and then they settle down into a base rate. So Episcopal Dallas with a very, very quick start. She has dropped back a little bit here, and our new leader, as we approach 500 meters in, is Lane 2, Greenwich, and with the last name Slabert. So Slabert with a slight lead. Coyle from Stanton currently in that second place position. Very slight lead over Vashon Island. Vashon Island in that third place position. All crews still within contact of each other, all boats definitely within striking range, but Vashon Island, that would be Greenwich crew with a nice lead already bow to stern over the remaining field. So Greenwich crew with her bow first across the line here. In that second place position, we'll move over to Lane 4. That is Bauman from Steel City. Bauman in that current second place spot. So all boats still within contact of each other. No one has any open water yet. Although Greenwich crew doing a nice job every stroke, pushing just a little bit farther away. She is now bow to stern over the rest of the field. And moving into that second place position, it is Coyle from Stanton. Slight lead over Bauman from Steel City. So Bauman sitting in third, holding just about a foot in front of our fourth place boat, Heffernan from Vashon Island. In fifth place, we'll move over to Lane 6. That is Patrick from Episcopal Dallas, keeping pace with Vancouver Lake. Vancouver Lake sitting in that sixth place spot. All crews now coming past 750 meters in. Slabert from Greenwich crew doing a nice job now with open water over the rest of the field. Coyle and Steel City dead even with each other for that second place position. Very slight advantage to Steel City. And we are well into the single final for women. This is presented by the Folsom Travel Bureau. This is the A-level final. These ladies racing for the top 6 spots in the nation. All crews now approaching 500 meters in, and one boat really jumped right out of the gate and already has open water over the rest of the field. That is lane 2, Sheris from Y Quad Cities. She has about a seat of open water over lane 1, Framson from Seattle Rowing Center. Now Framson with about 1 boat length of open water over Sagamore, Bylowski from Sagamore. So Sagamore sitting in that 3rd place position. With a bit of open water over our 4th place crew, Caulfield from Narragansett. Narragansett with a half a boat length of open water over Kelly of NorCal, and Kelly of NorCal sitting bow to stern over 6th place Clark from Newport. Sheris very aggressive in that first 500. I had her clocked at over 35 strokes a minute, which is pretty high for a single. She seems to have settled that stroke rate down a little bit as we come into the 750 meter mark. Framson from Seattle Rowing Center paced a little bit lower stroke rate, very patient and sitting just off the stern deck of Sheris's boat. These top 2 boats pulling themselves a little bit farther away from the remaining crew. What we need to do is keep our eye on Narragansett. Narragansett pushing her bow ball a little bit farther into the 3rd place boat, Bylowski from Sagamore. So right now what we're seeing is Caulfield looking to overtake Bylowski for that 3rd place position. Seems to be digging a little bit deeper here, and here she goes. She has overtaken Sagamore for that 3rd place spot. We're coming into a little bit more exposed area on the course, a little bit of a wind, a little bit of chop, nothing that these ladies can't handle as they head into the halfway point for the grand final of the women's single. Our 5th place crew is still Kelly from NorCal. She is sitting still bow to stern over Clark from Newport. Newport looking like they're making a move here at this halfway point, hoping to pull even with the boat from NorCal.
Test. The women's single A final. This is going for the gold here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. This women's single, as Adrian said, presented by Folsom Travel Bureau. And it is a battle between Framson from Seattle in lane 1 and Sheris from Y Quad Cities in lane 2. Right now the advantage belongs to Framson in lane 1. She has about a half a boat length lead over the Y Quad Cities boat. Meanwhile, in 3rd is Narragansett, and she's trying to catch up, but there's a little bit of open water right there. And as we go back through the field, it looks like the NorCal crew in lane 5 is working hard to keep up. And trailing the field is Clark from Newport. Battling with, Newport is actually battling with the NorCal boat there as they move towards the 1250 meters. But back out front in the women's singles, the battle between Framson from Seattle and Sheris from Y Quad Cities. Y Quad Cities has just made a move and passed Framson from Seattle, and they are glancing back and forth, sizing up the competition as they row towards the finish. Approaching 500 meters to go. It'll be the battle close to shore. Sheris from Y Quad Cities pacing herself nicely and has just begun to pick up the pace as she passes that 500-meter mark. Framson from Seattle glances to her left to see what's happening with Y Quad Cities, and meanwhile Sagamore in lane 3 has begun to pour it on too and try to keep in touch with those 2 leaders. Y Quad Cities here in the women's single A final. Sherris is out front by a full boat length and stroking nicely, looking very confident as she's heading towards the finish line. Second place still belongs to Framson from Seattle, but there are a number of rowers just beginning to reach down into their reservoir of energy to try to see if they can make a move. But right now it is Sherris who is out ahead, and it looks like Kelly from the NorCal crew is trying to challenge as well. Framson from Seattle had been looking good early in the race, but right now has begun to fall back some. But Sherris from Y Quad Cities has seized control while there is a challenge from Kelly from NorCal. It's the women's single A final, the grand final for the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. This race presented by Folsom Travel Bureau, and what a race it is as they're going towards the finish line. Sherris trying to maintain that lead, but that challenge from NorCal coming right along, and Framson from Seattle trying to hang in there as well. 50 meters from the finish. Sherris leaning into her oars, heading towards the finish line, fending off the challenges. Look at this race to the finish line. Sherris from Y Quad Cities looks like she's crossing with open water, but here comes Framson from Seattle. Who will get the silver? Oh, it looks like Framson from Seattle made the silver, and the bronze will go to Kelly from NorCal. Meanwhile, in the center of the course in lane 3, Bielofsky from Sagamore looking to capture fourth, while Clark from Newport.
Okay, we are going back to camera one.
Correction there.
Okay. And currently underway and approaching 500 meters in, the men's single C-level final. This is the third level final. Right now, just past 500 meters in, our leader is Gasparini from Ballston Spa. Gasparini with a very slight lead over the three boats that are just off of his stern deck. In lane 1, Hollod from Minnesota. He's being paced closely by Gafina from Willamette. Willamette being paced by lane 6, Tulsa, and the last name Schaefer. So three boats straight across vying for that second place position, but Gasparini moving out in front and holding off their charge as we come into 750 meters in. In the fifth place position, we'll move over to lane 3. This is Tudor from Saugatuck, sitting bow to stern over Gloud from Newport Rowing Club. .750 meters gone. Gasparini still holding on to that lead, looking at a bow to stern advantage over Gafina from Willamette and Hollod from Minnesota. So those two boats, Minnesota and Willamette, very, very close to each other, and now moving their boats bow to stern over the remaining three. So in the lead, Gasparini from Ballston Spa. Too close to call right now for that second place between Hollod from Minnesota and Tudor from Saugatuck. Gasparini now with a little bit of open water as we come into the halfway point. In that second place position, it is Hollod from Minnesota. And then I'm going to reverse that call. It was Gafina from Willamette that's in the third place position. 1,000 meters in, this is the C-level final for the men's single.
Halfway through the men's single C final. These are looking for places 13 through 18 in the nation here at the National Championships. It's Holland from Minnesota who continues to lead the pack here in this C final. And a fight between Tudor from Saugatuck and Gofina from Willamette in lanes 3 and 4 right now for second and third place. Open water lead, though, right now for Gasparini from Ballston Spa. They just passed 500 meters to go here in the C final for the men's single. Ballston Spa in first right now. A fight for second and third between Holland from Minnesota and Tudor from Saugatuck. Gasparini from Ballston Spa holding on to the lead as they come down to the red buoys with 250 meters to go. Gofina from Willamette and Tudor from Saugatuck look like they're battling for second right now. And it goes back to Schaefer Tulsa. The C final for the men's singles. With Ballston Spa, the rower Gasparini in the lead right now. In front of the beach, watching the spectators come by. Second, holding on is Saugatuck, Tudor from Saugatuck. And a fight for third. It's Claude from Newport who's pouring it on and taking over third. Gofina from Willamette, excuse me.
And we are well underway in the B-level final for the men's youth single. All crews now approaching 500 meters in. This race is sponsored by the Folsom Travel Bureau, and we thank them for their sponsorship. With their bow first across the line at 500 meters, it will be Norwalk River Petresky. He has about a one-length lead over the remaining boats. We do have three crews right next to each other as we come into 500 meters. Lane 5, Tampa Training Center, very slight advantage over DeWolf from Sarasota crew. So Sarasota sitting in that third place position. He is sitting about a seat up over lane 1, Y-Quad Cities. The Y-Quad Cities in fourth, but very, very hot on the heels of both our third and second place crew. In fifth, we move over to lane 3, Arner from Orange County. This is the B entry for Orange County crew. And he is sitting just in front of Parati. So, but with that lead, one length, and now with just a little bit of open water, it is Petresky of Norwalk River. Petreski looking to pull away and get that clean open water by 750 meters in. DeWolf working hard here for that second place position, trying to hold off O'Brien from Tampa Training Center as well as Tinsman from Y Quad Cities. So two crews really battling it out for that third place position. All these rowers vying for spots 7 through 12 in the nation in this B-level final. Lane 5 looking like they're coming a little bit out of their lane and getting a bit of a directional from the ref. That might have also been lane 4 as well. So they're getting a little bit too close for comfort, and the referee will hold up the white flag and hope that they get back into the center of their lanes. Everyone is now rowing cleanly. And that might have been a little bit of an adrenaline pump for DeWolf from Sarasota, because he is trying to pull even with Petreski from Norwalk River. Coming into 1,000 meters to go here in the B-level final for the men's single. Petreski still holding on to a slight lead with DeWolf chasing.
Petreski continuing to lead at the halfway point. But it is DeWolf from Sarasota who is giving him a bit of a challenge. DeWolf pouring it on and beginning to pull even with Petreski. Meanwhile, the Tinsman from Y Quad Cities still in the mix here in this men's single B final. And not out of the mix is O'Brien from Tampa Training Center. Trying to make contact with the front rowers, but right now it's really kind of a battle between Petreski and DeWolf from Sarasota. But not out of the mix are Tinsman from Y Quad Cities and O'Brien from the Tampa Training Center. Lanes 1, 2, and 4 are very tight, but the bow of O'Brien right there in the mix as well. Now Tinsman from Y Quad Cities beginning to pour it on and pull even with Petreski from Norwalk River. And DeWolf's move towards the front has begun to flag just slightly, but these rowers are almost bow ball to bow ball. I'll give the advantage right now to DeWolf just by about half a stroke, but pouring it on O'Brien from Tampa Training Center in lane 5. Meanwhile, Tinsman doesn't want to be left out of the mix, and he's beginning to pour it on as well. Petreski had been leading for the first 1,000 or so, but has begun to fall back, and now it does appear that it's O'Brien from the Tampa Training Center who has pulled into the lead here in this men's single in the B final. The rowers sizing up the competition, glancing over the lanes to see who is where. And right now, who is where is O'Brien is out in front. Tinsman from Y Quad Cities is in second. And it's a battle for third between Petreski and DeWolf. Less than 500 meters to go in the B final for the men's singles here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. It ain't over until it's over, because things are changing even in the last few meters. It is Tinsman from Y Quad Cities battling with O'Brien from the Tampa Training Center as they enter into the beach area where the spectators are there to cheer them on. And right now it does appear Tinsman and O'Brien are going head-to-head, but Petreski is trying to stay in the mix as well, as is the DeWolf from the Sarasota crew. Tinsman from Y Quad Cities holding on to the lead and hoping to take the first place here in this B final as they head down to the finish line. Parati in lane 6. Puz from Parati is trying to stay in the mix as well, too. DeWolf had made an early move and looks like he's paying for it right now, and this is going to be quite a finish in the men's single B final here at the championships. Who has the power left after 2,000 meters to pour it on and cross the finish line first? There's 3 boats across. O'Brien from Tampa Training Center's right there, as is Arner from Orange County. But here comes Tinsman at the finish line. Looks like he captures first. Third may have gone to O'Brien from Tampa Training Center. But look at these rowers. They left it all on the course.
And welcome to the grand final for the men's youth single. 6 boats currently underway and coming through the breakage point. All boats still very close to each other, so we'll come back at 250 meters with the race call. We'll let it shake out a little bit here as they progress further up the course. And just past 250 meters, we have Davison from lane 1 with a slight lead over Kelly of Jacksonville. These 2 boats well out in front over the remaining 4 crews. In that 3rd place position, we will move over to lane 2. That is Scholl from Orange County. Very slight lead over Tempe Juniors. Back in the 5th place position, down by just a little bit of open water, it is Philal from Vashon Island. Very slight lead for him over our 6th place boat from Newport Aquatic Center. But Davison, very aggressive here as he comes into 500 meters. He now has open water. Kelly of Jacksonville. Kelly of Jacksonville with about a half boat length of open water over Bernick from Tempe Juniors. Orange County sitting bow to stern down from Tempe Juniors, sitting in that 4th place position for Orange County. Stroke ratings are settling here a little bit as they really come into the body of their piece. And you can see that the lead boat, Seattle Rowing Center, stretching his stroke out and really coming into this little bit of a headwind here, taking advantage of how that sets his boat up, doing a really nice job with great blade placement. 750 meters in for him, and he already has more than a boat length of open water over the rest of the field. Back to him in that 2nd place position, it is Kelly from Jacksonville. He has about a seat of open water over Bernick from Tempe Junior. A very patient Scholl from Orange County sitting in that 4th place position, still bow to stern down to Tempe Junior. Philal from Vashon Island still in 5th, slight lead over Ashaw from Newport. All boats now coming into the halfway point. Davison continuing to walk away and extend his lead over the rest of the field. Jacksonville continuing in 2nd. And Tempe Juniors in 3rd.
Wait. I'm working on it.
They're actually on the far side. Oops, sorry.
Okay, switching to the finishing. 3, 2, 1. Switch. That worked.
Men's grand final for the 2014 Rowing Youth National Championships. Davidson has been in charge the whole race and continues to have a command. Final few tens of meters. That were really silver. And that looks between Kelly and Lane 3. And perhaps Bernick from the Tempe Junior crew in Lane 5. But crossing the thing and winning the gold in the men's singles here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, it's Davidson from the Seattle Rowing Center. In and out.
And currently underway past 250 meters in. This is the sea level final for the women's lightweight double. We do have 8 crews currently underway, approaching 500 meters in. A lot of action out here. And we'll try to keep track of where everyone is. But right now, pretty easy to see, Miami Beach is out in front with a 1-length lead over the rest of the crews, who are pretty tightly packed next to each other. So Miami Beach with the lead in that second place position. We're going to go over to lane 1. That is Artemis. Artemis, a fairly new club rowing on the Oakland Estuary in Oakland and drawing from all area public schools. Doing a nice job here, sitting in that second place position. In third, we'll move over to lane 5. That is Vashon Island. Vashon with a slight lead over our 4th place boat from River Rowing Club. In 5th, we'll go over to lane 3. That is Greater Dayton. And in 6th place, in the beautiful lavender unisuits, that is GMS Rowing, rowing out of lane 6. So GMS currently sitting in that 6th place position. They are bow to stern over our 7th place crew from Conestoga. This is the B entry from Conestoga, and they are the ones that are out in lane 8, but doing a really nice job staying within contact of all the other crews. In that 8th place position, it is St. Joseph's Academy rowing out of lane 7. But Miami Beach now pulling away with a little bit of open water over Artemis. Artemis sitting just bow to stern over several crews. So really nice battle here for that 3rd place position between 4 different boats. It's sure to shake out a little bit as we come a little bit farther down the race course. But Miami Beach doing a nice job holding off a charge here from Artemis. So Artemis now pushing their bow ball a little bit farther onto the stern deck of that Miami boat. 750 meters here, and in that third place position, I'm going to make the call for GMS rowing. GMS maybe with a slight lead over River Rowing, Greater Dayton, and Vashon Island. So all those crews right next to each other. Seventh place still belongs to Conestoga here on the outside. They have about a boat length of open water over our trailing crew from St. Joseph's Academy. Okay. And as we come up to the halfway point, we see Miami still holding on to the lead, Artemis still in second, but with lane 6, GMS Rowing coming up to challenge that second place crew from Artemis. 1,000 meters in, Miami still holding on to a slight open water lead. Artemis still in second.
Halfway through the women's lightweight double C final, Miami Beach is up front by about a full boat length, and it's really a fight right behind them with Artemis and Gray River Rowing GMS all in the mix. 8 boats are in this C final. So Miami Beach in the lead by a boat length, but being challenged by a number of different boats. We'll work out to who has the most energy at the end. They're halfway through this race, and it looks like GMS has begun to move up a little bit on Miami Beach. Meanwhile, battle for third between Artemis River Rowing and Greater Dayton. Vashon Island trailing that pack a little bit. Miami has a good view of the competition. Being there in lane 4, they can see both 3 boats battling in 1, 2, and 3 that are right there on their stern, and also glance over and see GMS Rowing in lane 6 and see that they are being challenged there. As a matter of fact, contact from GMS Rowing as they begin to gain some ground. But in the meantime, Greater Dayton has begun to put their bow into the picture, as is River Rowing and Artemis. Behind them, St. Joseph Academy and Conestoga, with Conestoga and the advantage in that match out in lane 8, furthest from the beach. Miami still in the lead here in the C final for the women lightweight doubles here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. And Miami has been in the lead for a number of meters, but the other boats are beginning to make a move. And it is looking like GMS has begun to gain some ground on them. River Rowing beginning to make a move as well, but it is still Greater Dayton who has their bow in the mix pretty good. And in the meantime, Artemis, who had been holding on to second, has begun to drop back just a little bit. But right now, it is Greater Dayton and GMS who are going bow ball to bow ball. Greater Dayton on the move as the spectators begin to see the race move into the scene. 500, less than 500 meters to go here in the C final for the women's lightweight double. Have to see if Miami Beach can hold on to the lead. Can Dayton make up the ground over GMS? We'll have to see who has what left in their tank as they approach that finish line. GMS on the move. Miami making a move too. Meanwhile, Dayton has begun to drop back, and River Rowing is trying to come up and challenge them, but Miami's trying to hold on to the lead as they glance from side to side to take in the competition, try to pour those last few strokes of power. 20 meters from the finish line, Miami trying to hold on to win the C final, and it's going to be tight for second between Greater Dayton and GMS. Listen to that horn go.
Okay, you are going to go picture in picture, picture in picture.
Okay. And just past 500 meters in, this is the B-level final for the women's lightweight youth double. Already out in front by one length of open water is Lane 1, Episcopal Dallas. They charged out of the gate and established their lead very early on. In that second place position, it is Humboldt Bay. Humboldt Bay celebrating their 10th year of rowing for juniors. They're located in Northern California in a very rural community, so drawing from all area high schools, public school and private schools. Doing a nice job here sitting in that second place position. They are sitting bow to stern over Conestoga A. Conestoga now sitting bow to stern over NorCal crew. NorCal rowing in the port of Redwood City in the Bay Area. They were the winner of this event last year in 2013. Right now, NorCal sitting in fourth place. They have a bit of open water over our fifth place crew from Long Island Rowing Club. And Long Island sitting with a little bit of open water over Essex. And this is the B entry from Essex, from Massachusetts. All crews now settling into their base rates here, just past 750 meters in. But Episcopal Dallas really charging for that 1,000-meter line and attempting to open up an even wider lead for themselves as they come into 1,000 meters to go. It is Episcopal Dallas with a length and a half of open water. Humboldt Bay looking very controlled in that second place position, still sitting in the same spot, bow to stern over Conestoga, and Conestoga bow to stern over NorCal. So NorCal sitting in fourth. One length of open water back to them. Long Island continues to sit in fifth, sitting bow to stern over Essex. And just crossing over the halfway point here, all of these boats racing for places 7 through 12 in the nation. This is the this is the B-level final for the women's lightweight double.
The women's lightweight double B final, Episcopal Dallas out to an early lead and trying to hold it on. Now 1,250 meters into the race, and pretty much the boats are placed like lanes with Episcopal Dallas in lane 1, Humboldt Bay in 2, Conestoga in 3, and NorCal crew in 4, with Long Island and Essex 5 and 6, the Essex B boat. But, boy, I have to tell you, Episcopal Dallas has about a length and a half an open water lead over the second place Humboldt Bay boat. Humboldt Bay is checking on where Dallas is, but they also are looking to the left and seeing a balance between Conestoga and NorCal. It looks like NorCal is beginning to move up a little bit on the boat from Conestoga. Meanwhile, Long Island and Essex is still in 5th and 6th, respectively. NorCal beginning to move it on and just putting their bow ball past that boat from Conestoga, while Episcopal Dallas is still in the lead with an open water lead here in the lightweight double women's B final. They're stretching out their lead almost 2 full boat lengths of open water. In the meantime, Humboldt Bay still in second, Conestoga in third, and NorCal now has dropped back a little bit. Conestoga having seen that challenge from NorCal. Conestoga poured it back on, and I see Humboldt Bay beginning to pick up the pace of their stroke as they're less than 500 meters from the finish line here in the B final.
Maybe we'll go nice and wide. We'll catch the trailers one last time. Grandma and Grandpa happy?
The grand final just moments away here in the women's lightweight double. But right now here on the B final, Episcopal Dallas still in the lead with Humboldt Bay, Conestoga, and NorCal 2, 3, and 4. Essex has made up some ground. Long Island has dropped behind the pack a wee bit. Just a couple hundred meters to go here in the women's lightweight double B final for the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. And Episcopal Dallas is walking away with this. We'll have to see if someone can pour it on and catch up. But they have led quite considerably since the halfway point and continue to lead and press towards the finish line. Meanwhile, NorCal pouring it on as well. They may not catch Episcopal Dallas, but they are trying to come in second here in this B final. In the meantime, it's Humboldt Bay seeing that challenge. Humboldt Bay beginning to lean in there as well. It looks like Humboldt Bay may win over them, then NorCal and Conestoga. Essex looking for 5th place and Long Island in 6th.
And welcome back. This is the grand final for the women's lightweight double. 6 crews currently underway and coming past 250 meters in. All boats within contact of each other. Race is still very early on, so we'll try to establish a leader here as they come into a better field of view for us. 2 boats doing a nice job pushing their bows in front of the rest of the crews. That is Lane 1, Seattle Rowing Center, and Lane 3, Y-Quad Cities. Those are our 2 lead boats, with the advantage going to Seattle Rowing Center by 1 length. So Y-Quad Cities sitting in second. They have 1 seat over Lane 2, Manhasset. Stroke rating still pretty high here. These ladies haven't quite settled down into their base rate. But Manhasset very aggressive here in the first 400 meters. They are holding off a good charge from Essex. This is the A entry from Essex. We saw the B entry in the earlier heat in the B level final. So very strong in the sculling events here for that crew from Massachusetts. So Essex holding on to that 4th place spot. They are sitting bow to stern in front of Lane 6, Long Beach Juniors, and Long Beach Juniors even with Shaker in Lane 5. All crews past 500 meters. Seattle Rowing Club continues to extend their lead. They have a half a boat length of open water over Y-Quad Cities, and Y-Quad Cities just really pacing here next to Manhasset, so holding 1 seat over 3rd place Manhasset. Manhasset trying to pull even with Y-Quad Cities before we get to that halfway point. And because they're pushing so hard, they've pushed themselves a little bit farther away from the remaining 3 boats. Essex still sitting in 4th, slightly ahead of both Long Beach and Shaker. Long Beach on the outside here in Lane 6. Always very strong in every sculling event. Doing a nice job here, holding their pace and keeping Shaker right within their vision. But let's take a look back to that 2nd place crew. It is even now between Manhasset and Y-Quad Cities, with a slight advantage now going to Manhasset. Seattle Rowing Center continuing with the lead, now 1 length of open water plus for them. All crews with 900 meters in.
The halfway point of the women's lightweight double grand final here at the National Championships, and Seattle is firmly in control. Open water lead over the fight for second place between Manhasset and Wide Quad Cities. Then back to Essex Shaker, just a slight lead over Long Beach. Manhasset has overtaken Y Quad Cities and now has about 2/3 of a boat length advantage over the Y Quad Cities boat, but Seattle is really putting on a clinic when it comes to this grand final with that open water lead, and they are just looking comfortable as they're stroking in. The fight for second has been kind of decided right now for the moment, as Manhasset has taken an advantage of almost a boat length and a little bit of open water over Y Quad Cities here in the women's lightweight double A final. Meantime, Essex trying to maintain contact between with Y Quad Cities, and then Shakers right behind that, battling with Long Beach Juniors. Seattle continuing to lead here in the grand final, looking for that gold medal, but Manhasset is beginning to pour it on and catch up with the Seattle boat. Y Quad Cities trying to maintain contact with Manhasset and be able to be in the mix as well when they come down to the finish line, and right now there's open water between the bow of the Y Quad Cities boat and Manhasset. They're really spreading out the field right here. Seattle is setting the pace, and the rest of the boats are chasing them. Less than 500 meters to go now in the grand final here of the women's lightweight doubles. Seattle continuing to dominate this race. Manhasset chasing them. Y Quad Cities just trying to keep up with those two front boats. In the meantime, Essex Shaker and Long Beach Juniors are spread out across the rest of the course in a diagonal nature. But it's Seattle out front looking for the gold medal here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Can Seattle maintain this lead? Somebody have a surprise in the field? We'll have to wait and see as they head towards those red buoys with 250 meters to go in the women's lightweight double A final here at the National Championships. Seattle trying to hold on, win that gold. They are looking strong and continuing to move along, but it is Seattle, Manhasset, Y Quad Cities, and then Long Island, Xavier Prep, and Skyline Crew in that order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. $50 meters to go for Seattle and the gold medal here at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships in the women's lightweight double. They stroking towards the finish line right now. Manhasset maintaining second, Y Quad Cities in third, and then it looks like Shaker has come up and passed Long Beach when they looked like they were trailing with just a couple of 100 meters to go. But it is Seattle for the gold medal, Manhasset silver, and Y Quad Cities bronze.
This is the sea level final for the women's youth double. These are open weight doubles. And right now all crews are coming into 500 meters with Conestoga sitting in lane 1 with the lead very early on here. So Conestoga with the lead. In second place, we'll move over to lane 2. That is Jacksonville. Top 2 boats with a bit of open water over the remaining 4. In lane 3, South Jersey Rowing Club sitting in that third place position with a slight lead over Skyline crew from Ann Arbor, Michigan. So Skyline in 4th, sitting with 1 seat over lane 4, Long Island Rowing Club. Long Island Rowing Club in 5th. And in our 6th place position, Xavier Prep. Xavier Prep holding themselves in that 6th place position out in lane 6. Conestoga still holding on to a very slight lead here, sitting 2 seats above Jacksonville. Jacksonville looking to take their rate up a little bit as we come into 750 meters in and perhaps pull even with Conestoga before that 1,000-meter line. They're now sitting just 1 seat down to Conestoga, so Jacksonville looking to pull even. Conestoga still holding them off. Very slight lead for Conestoga. So Conestoga in 1st, Jacksonville in 2nd. Now back by about a seat or 2 of open water. South Jersey Rowing Club holding on to that 3rd spot. Really nice battle here for that 4th place position between Skyline crew and Long Island. So they are even with each other. And now Long Island pulling their bow just a little bit further ahead of Skyline. So Skyline slipping back to 5th. Open water back to them. It is Xavier Prep in that 6th place spot. 1,000 meters to go here in the sea level final for the women's double.
Halfway through the sea final for the women's double. And they're going back and forth. Conestoga and Jacksonville, slight advantage, and we're talking about 3 feet for Conestoga over Jacksonville at this point, but it's only halfway over. Meanwhile, in 3rd, South Jersey Rowing Club, and that continued battle for 4th going on between Long Island and the Skyline crew. Xavier Prep, in the meantime, is maintaining contact with the boats in front, but still in lane 6, trailing. Sea final for the women's double here. And it is Conestoga who has the advantage by about half a boat length now. They made a move at the halfway point, and it looks like they have about half a boat length lead over Jacksonville in lane 2. South Jersey Rowing Club trying to keep up with them in lane 3 in 3rd place right now. They are maintaining contact with the stern of the Jacksonville, but haven't really advanced too much. But, of course, there's a lot of water left between there and the finish line. Conestoga looking very strong here in this sea final. They have about a boat length now over the Jacksonville boat, so they are moving well in the water and continuing to surge forward. Jacksonville pacing themselves, but they're trying to fight off an advance from the South Jersey Rowing Club, who's begun to walk up on on Jacksonville. In the meantime, Long Island, not to be left out of the mix, has separated themselves from Skyline crew, so they are beginning to spread out a little bit, but the Xavier Prep crew continues to trail the field. Conestoga maintaining the lead, but South Jersey Rowing Club in lane 3 has moved up and is moving past past Jacksonville right now. Each stroke, they are gaining ground, and as a matter of fact, have almost a full seat lead over Jacksonville in that fight for second. But Conestoga continuing to lead. As a matter of fact, South Jersey has made contact with the Conestoga boat and continues to move forward, while Jacksonville is moving right along but losing ground. 300 meters to go to the finish line here in the C final for the women's double. South Jersey Rowing Club making a move. It's Conestoga in the lead right now. They see that challenge. They've begun to pour it on as they hear the cheers from the beach. They are picking up the pace and the strength, and they are hauling. They're 250 meters from the end. It is that boat from Conestoga working hard to stay in the lead. South Jersey Rowing Club chasing them down, and the rest of the field following. Can South Jersey Rowing Club do it? Here they are trying to chase down Conestoga. Meanwhile, Jacksonville had been in the mix, has begun to flag and fall back, while the Long Island boat has begun to make up ground, and then is Skyline and Xavier Prep. But right now, South Jersey moving forward. Can they catch up and pass Conestoga at the finish line? They're coming down with 50 meters to go in the C final here of the women's double. Conestoga trying to hold on to the lead, but South Jersey has made a move and is beginning to walk up. Conestoga's pushing harder as they hit the finish line. They are coming down. Conestoga's going to win the C final. And here comes South Jersey in second, with Jacksonville in third, Long Island in fourth, Skyline in fifth, and Xavier Prep heading for sixth place at the finish.
Okay, we're going live to the start with the title.
And here we are already at 500 meters into the B-level final for the women's youth double. Our leader here early on is GMS Rowing out of lane 1. GMS bow to stern right now over Pocock. Pocock from Seattle, Washington, sitting in that second place position with a bit of open water over Charlotte Youth Rowing out of lane 4. So top 3 boats, GMS followed by Pocock, and then Charlotte Youth. Back to Charlotte, bow to stern in that 4th place position is Long Island Rowing Club, racing in lane 6. Very slight lead for them over our 5th place crew from Founders. That is Founders from Dallas, Texas. And back in the trailing position is Newport Rowing Club, rowing out of lane 5. But now it's open water here for GMS. GMS with 1 length of open water at 750 meters in over Pocock. Pocock sitting in second with a bit of open water over the 3rd place crew from Charlotte. So these boats now racing for places 7 through 12 in the nation. Very tenacious rowing here by Long Island Rowing Club out in lane 6. They've held a fairly high stroke rate all the way since the start, and they're actually looking to challenge that 3rd place crew from Charlotte Youth Rowing. So Long Island rowing out of lane 6, pushing their bow a little bit further inside the Charlotte Youth Rowing boat. Fifth place still belongs to Founders, with Newport Rowing Club in 6th. And with 1,000 meters to go, GMS Rowing continues to extend their lead. A length and a half of open water for them over Pocock. And then just down to Pocock by 1 length, it is Charlotte Youth Rowing. So Charlotte Youth taking their stroke rate up and holding off that good charge from Long Island Rowing Club.
You're watching live coverage of the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism here at the lovely Sacramento State Aquatic Center. on Lake Natoma here in Folsom, California. Some amazing racing going on and a lot still to come here on Championship Day. Here in the B final for the women's double, it's GMS in the lead with an open water lead over Pocock. And Charlotte Youth in lane 4 is being challenged by the Long Island boat in lane 6. Then it's back to Founders in 5th and Newport in 6th. But a very dominating performance right now for GMS Rowing. GMS Rowing has almost 2 full boat lengths, maybe even 3, over the second place boat from Pocock. Meanwhile, Pocock only has about a half a boat length lead over Charlotte Youth, and Charlotte Youth being challenged by Long Island out in lane 6. Charlotte's glancing over to the right to see where Pocock is and trying to challenge them. They may not see the fact that Long Island way over in lane 6 is going to give them a run for their money too. Meanwhile, Founders still in 5th and Newport in 6th here in this race. The bow seat in the Charlotte boat in lane 4, checking out the competition, trying to keep up with that Pocock boat in lane 2 in second place. GMS Rowing still has that open water lead in this B final for the women's double here at the National Championships. Long Island looking strong out in lane 6, staying in the mix for this race right now. GMS Rowing in 1st, Pocock in 2nd, Charlotte in 3rd, challenged by Long Island. We'll have to see how it shakes out as they have about 300 meters to go here in the B final for the women's double. Pocock holding on to second place, but look at GMS. Open water lead over the Pocock boat. Pocock being chased by Charlotte and Long Island with Founders in 5th still and Newport in 6th. Long Island is on the move to challenge Charlotte for that 3rd place. Right now, GMS firmly in control of 1st, but still a couple dozen meters to go to the finish line. It's Pocock in 2nd, but Long Island and Charlotte battling it out for 3rd right now. Long Island beginning to pick up the pace. In the meantime, Pocock feels that challenge from both Charlotte and Long Island as they head towards that finish line. And it will be a wild finish here, but GMS leaning into their oars, not done yet, as they're 10 meters from the finish line. GMS will be 1st in the women's double B final, and here comes the challenge for 2nd with Pocock, who's been in 2nd most of the time, being challenged by Charlotte, but Pocock pouring it on. Charlotte is outdistancing Long Island, so it is GMS, Pocock, Charlotte, then Long Island. 5th place will belong to Founders, and 6th to Newport here in the B final for the women's double. The grand final for the women's double straight ahead.
And here we are with the grand final for the women's double. Currently underway past the breakage point, all crews approaching the 250-meter mark. And not that much separation right now between boats, all boats still within contact to each other. Right now I'm going to give a very slight advantage for the leader to Vashon Island. Vashon Island qualified a record 18 boats for this event, and clearly are looking very, very strong in the first 500 meters. They are being flanked by Greenwich crew rowing out of lane 2, and then New Canaan in lane 1. So those top 3 well out in front of the remaining 3. That 4th place position, it is clear lane 6, Dallas, has a bow to stern advantage over both Detroit and ROCCS. ROCCS, a community rowing program located in Inverness, Florida, and drawing from all area high schools. So good to see them here in the grand finals of the women's double. But now our new leader, just by about a bow ball, is Greenwich Crew. So Greenwich Crew trying to hold off New Canaan and Vashon Island, seeing if they can hold on to that lead. But it will be their bow first across the line at 500 meters, but very, very close to them. New Canaan in lane 1, followed by Vashon. So Vashon slipping back to third. And as stroke ratings come down and these ladies settle into the body of their piece, we will see a little bit more separation between crews. Keeping your eye on lane 6, that is Dallas. They have not let go of their aggressive stroke rate, and they're looking to stay within contact of the top 3 boats. We'll see if they can do that in the middle part of this race. They do have about a stern advantage over Detroit. Detroit, the oldest rowing club in the United States, having started in 1850, I believe. So a very storied tradition of rowing here, and these ladies doing a very nice job holding on to that 5th place spot. So Detroit Rowing Club in 5th, bow to stern over ROCCS, rowing out of lane 5. $750 meters in. New Canaan now, our new leader. So New Canaan sitting bow to stern over Greenwich, and Greenwich holding 2 seats over Vashon Island. Still very close here, not quite at the halfway point. And as we've seen all morning, anything can happen. So still very early on in this race, but New Canaan doing a nice job inching their boat a little bit further afield of the rest of the crews. And Greenwich also pulling themselves a little bit further away from Vashon. And now 1 length of open water for Vashon over our 4th place crew from Dallas.
It was an early battle between lanes 1, 2, and 3, New Canaan, Greenwich, and Vashon. But right now it is New Canaan at the halfway point with a little open water lead over the Greenwich crew, then Vashon Island in 3rd. The grand final, looking for medals here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. New Canaan hoping for that gold. Greenwich crew hoping to track them down and take the gold from them. But we'll have to see. Those New Canaan, Greenwich crew, Vashon Island just about a boat length apart in 1, 2, and 3. Meanwhile, Dallas in lane 6 is in 4th. And I'll give the advantage to ROCCS in lane 5 over Detroit. But New Canaan had picked up and pulled away from the Greenwich crew and Vashon Island boats about the 1,000 meter mark, and now they are increasing their lead. They continue to look strong, and they have almost a 3 boat length open water lead over the second boat from Greenwich crew, the second place boat that is. Vashon Island now beginning to flag and fall behind, while Dallas becomes up to begin to challenge Vashon Island for that 3rd place.
So that's your race right there. Let's zoom out just a bit. We'll get more than 6.
750 meters, make that 500, less than 500 meters to go here in the grand final for the women's double. They're coming up to the spectator area. No doubt we'll begin to hear the cheers and encouragement from their crew and team members. But here is a fight shaping up right now between Dallas and Detroit. But out front, New Canaan continues to lead here in the grand final for the women's double. on a substantial lead for New Canaan. If they can maintain their pace, maintain their poise and technique, they can walk away with the gold and the number one ranking here in the national championships. In the women's double, New Canaan well in the lead. Greenwich Crew still in second, Vashon Island in third, and a fight for fourth right now between Detroit and Dallas, but it looks like Detroit has begun to come back, and meanwhile, ROCCS is just trailing the field. Who's got some turbocharged to turn on here in the last 250 meters of the grand final. A champion will be crowned in the women's double in just seconds. Right now, New Canaan is firmly in the lead. It looks like it's going to be a fight for silver. Vashon Island's begun to move up on the Greenwich Crew, but Greenwich Crew is still in the lead right there. Meanwhile, on the outside, it's Dallas beginning to move forward too. New Canaan looking strong, looking to take the gold in the women's double here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, powering their way towards the finish line. Greenwich Crew maintains second right now as Vashon Island tries to track them down. It's going to be a fight for fourth there between Detroit and Dallas, though Detroit has the advantage for the moment. Here they come. It's Greenwich Crew for the silver, Vashon Island for the bronze, and it does look like Detroit will pull away for fourth place. Dallas in fifth, and here comes ROCCS to become the sixth fastest women's double in the nation.
And here we are in the sea level final for the men's lightweight double. We do have 8 boats rowing on the course. So out in lane 8, it is Vashon Island. And even though they're pretty far out there away from that lead boat in lane 1, doing a nice job holding pace with the rest of the field. In that first place position, it is Malvern Prep rowing out of lane 1. They have a 2-seat lead over Texas rowing in lane 2. And Texas holding bow to stern over Conestoga in lane 3. Conestoga in third. Very slight advantage for them over our 4th place team from Sarasota Scullers in lane 4. That 5th place position will move over to lane 6. That is Artemis Rowing Club from Oakland. And in 6th, it is Vashon Island rowing out of lane 8. They have a very slight advantage over our 7th place crew from Brophy Prep. Brophy, a small private high school located in Phoenix, Arizona. And in the past few years, demonstrating that they're very strong in the sculling categories. And in our trailing position back in the 8th spot, it is Skyline crew, Skyline from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Now a little bit of a change up here as we come past 750 meters in. Texas Rowing taking over the lead from Malvern Prep. So Texas Rowing pulling their boat bow to stern over Malvern Prep. Tight race here for that 3rd place spot. I'm going to give the advantage to lane 4, Sarasota Scullers. So Sarasota in 3rd now with a slight lead over Conestoga. So Conestoga putting themselves in 4th, but with Artemis close by.
Camera 2, you're live.
They were tight in the beginning, but Texas has made a move and has a full boat length lead right now over Malvern Prep in 2nd place here in the C final for the men's lightweight double. The Scholastic Rowing Association of America is the official video broadcast sponsor of U.S. rowing events. And you're watching live video streaming of the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. And also sponsored by Folsom Travel Bureau. Some great sponsors who have been helping make this championship weekend quite an affair. Beautiful weather here today. Little bit of a wind, but otherwise plenty of sunshine and beautiful sights out on the water of Lake Natoma. This is the 18th U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships and taking place for the first time on the West Coast. Texas is leading here in the C final of the men's lightweight double, and they are now being chased down by Malvern Prep. They had about a boat-length lead. Malvern Prep has closed that down. Meanwhile, it looks like Sarasota has advantage for the third place, but they are getting a run for their money from Artemis in lane 6. 8 boats in this C final. Vashon Island wearing the bow number that looks like beta if you know the Greek alphabet, but really just a 0 with a line through it to make it 8 for lane 8. Malvern Prep trying to walk up on Texas. They have made contact and begun to make a move. Third place does belong to the Sarasota Scullers, and Conestoga has fallen off the pace just a little bit. In the meanwhile, Artemis has begun to move up and past Brophy. Vashon Island and Skyline Crew are trailing the racers in this leaders in this C final. It's Texas getting challenged again by Malvern Prep as they come to 500 meters from the finish line. Meanwhile, third place is still belonging to Sarasota, and they're being chased down by Artemis in lane 6, but poking their bow into the mix is Conestoga. Artemis looking over to the right to check out the competition, but here comes Malvern Prep trying to chase down Texas. Texas is in the lead here in the C final for the men's lightweight double. It's beautiful when there are 6 boats in a race, but seeing 8, it's quite a scene. Texas continue to lead. Malvern Prep trying to hold on to second and being challenged. We'll have to see how it turns out in the next 60 or 70 meters as they're heading towards the finish line here for the C final for the men's lightweight doubles. Texas continuing to hold on to the lead and pressing further. They're increasing that. In the meantime, Malvern Prep trying to move forward as well as Artemis continues to fight for there. But then Artemis is being challenged by Sarasota in lane 4. And it is Sarasota in third, Artemis in fourth, Brophy in fifth, Conestoga and the crew from Vashon too close to call there. And then here comes the Skyline Crew.
And here we go into the double final for the men's lightweight double. 6 boats on the course now, and just coming past 250 meters in, we have our leader rowing out of lane 3. That is Baltimore Rowing Club. Baltimore has established a 1-length lead over lane 1, Y Quad Cities, and Dallas Rowing Club out in lane 6. So Y Quad Cities and Dallas even for second place. Back in that 4th place position, we'll move over to lane, nope, I was right. That was Baltimore out in the lead. And in the 4th place position, it is Norwalk. So Norwalk in 4th as we pass 500 meters. They are sitting 2 seats above our 5th place boat from New Canaan. And New Canaan sitting bow to stern over 6th place That was Lake Union in fifth place, sitting bow to stern over sixth place, New Canaan. So I'll make that race call again so that we're clear. Baltimore in the lead, now with open water over Y Quad Cities, but with Dallas hot on their heels. So Y Quad Cities and Dallas very close to each other, now with a slight advantage for that second place spot going to Dallas out in lane 6. Fourth place is Norwalk River. They're sitting 2 seats above Lake Union in 5th, and very close to them, New Canaan in 6th. So all crews coming past 750 meters, approaching the halfway point, and we've got 2 seats of open water for our leader from Baltimore. Baltimore sitting right in lane 3, right down the center, in the striped yellow and black jerseys. Very easy to spot here on that race course. But really good battle here going on for that second place spot between Dallas in lane 6 and Y Quad Cities in lane 1. So we'll watch them as they progress further down the course. In the remaining 3 boats, we have 3 crews straight across from each other. Norwalk River, Lake Union, and New Canaan. So good battle going on now for that 4th, 5th, or 6th place position. Now with New Canaan moving into the 4th place spot. 1,000 meters to go for the B final of the men's lightweight double.
Baltimore in that distinctive yellow and black striped uniform in the lead here in the B final for the men's lightweight double. We're crowning champions today at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. They're holding on to the lead for the moment, but there's a wicked fight for second right now between Dallas in lane 6 and Y Quad Cities in second. And they're bow ball to bow ball here and have come back up on Baltimore and made contact there. But Y Quad Cities on one side of the course and Dallas on the other, battling. Right now I give the advantage to Y Quad Cities. They have pulled ahead, and as a matter of fact, Y Quad Cities is beginning to move up on the boat from Baltimore and challenge them for first. Now Baltimore only has about a 1-seat advantage over the Y Quad Cities boat. In the meantime, Dallas maintaining contact right there. 750 meters to go. Battle in the back between Norwalk River, New Canaan, and Lake Union. Give the advantage to New Canaan for the moment right now. Baltimore has seen their lead shrink to just about a third of a boat length right now as Y Quad Cities has begun to pour it on and walk up on the Baltimore boat. In the meantime, Dallas is trying to maintain contact with those 2 leaders, but it is Y Quad Cities moving up on Baltimore. The Baltimore bow looks over to see what's happening. Y Quad Cities even bow ball to bow ball. It's Y Quad Cities moving into the lead here in the B final of the men's lightweight double as they approach 500 meters to go. Y Quad Cities have been kind of biding their time, and now they've made a move and they have taken over the lead from Baltimore and now have about a half a boat length lead over the boat from Baltimore. Y Quad Cities in the lead, Baltimore in second, Dallas in third right now. In the meantime, it's New Canaan's been moving up, and they're beginning to challenge Dallas. It's New Canaan in 4th, and we'll have a 5th, a battle between Norwalk and Lake Union. But out front, Y Quad Cities is pouring it on. Less than 500 meters to go to the end, about 300 as a matter of fact, and Y Quad Cities is moving fast. They have almost 2/3 of a boat length lead over Baltimore now as they're heading towards the finish line here in the B final for the men's lightweight doubles. Can Baltimore come back? Just a few dozen meters to go to see. Y Quad Cities trying to hold on to their lead right now, but it's Dallas out in lane 6 who's pouring it on as well. determining the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th fastest men's lightweight doubles in the nation in this race as they head towards the finish line. Y-Quad Cities battling for first. Dallas looks like they've taken over second. Baltimore trying to come back. In the meantime, New Canaan is moving up as well, but it's Y-Quad Cities who's moving hard, crossing the finish line first to win the B finals here in the men's lightweight doubles. In the meantime, Baltimore pouring it on and holding on to second. Dallas in third. New Canaan in fourth. And then it will be a fight for fifth. Oh, it looks like Norwalk River just outpaced Lake Union.
And currently underway and racing, this is the grand final for the men's lightweight double. And new this year is that the body weight has changed for these guys. The maximum weight is 150 pounds, so it has dropped a little bit, allowing some of the smaller and maybe younger rowers to be successful at the national level. 6 crews underway, approaching 250 meters. They're past the breakage point, all boats rowing cleanly. And we'll see if there's a little bit separation between boats as we progress a little farther up the course. The first race call here will be for our first position goes out to Seattle Rowing Club, rowing out of lane 1. Very aggressive in their first 500. We've seen that all morning from all of their crews, from the single scullers through the doubles. And they established that lead very early on. They have a bow to stern advantage over lane 3, Belen Jesuit. Now back to Belen Jesuit by 1 seat of open water. It is lane 6, California Yacht Club. Cal Yacht Club rowing and training in Marina del Rey in Southern California, right next to UCLA. So California Yacht Club, third across the line at 500 meters in. In the 4th place position, we'll move over to lane 4. That is River City. River City from the port of Sacramento. That is in West Sacramento, just across the freeway here. So very local and know every inch of this course. Coached by Trisha Blocker, they are a fabulous crew in both sculling and in sweep disciplines. They're doing a nice job here, sitting in the 4th place position and inching their boat a little bit further ahead, trying to catch that 3rd place crew rowing out of lane 6 from California Yacht Club. So River City hot on the heels of Cal Yacht Club and holding a bow to stern advantage over Saugatuck in lane 2. So Saugatuck sitting in the 5th place position. Now back to Saugatuck by about a length of open water. It is Pelham Community Rowing. Pelham in rowing out of lane 5. So Seattle Rowing Club, Seattle Rowing Center still in that 1st place position and still in the same position. So Belen Jesuit holding tight and sitting their bow ball just off of the stern deck of Seattle Rowing Center's boat. And just past 750 meters, Cal Yacht Club made a big jump there. I think they sensed that River City was trying to pull even with them, and they pushed their bow a little bit further ahead. They now have open water and are sitting solidly in that 3rd place position. River City in 4th, Saugatuck in 2nd, Saugatuck in 5th, with Pelham Community in 6th.
Live streaming of the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for 2014 here in California, presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. This is the grand final for the men's lightweight doubles. Seattle Rowing Center is in the lead right now. Belen Jesuit following them in 2nd, and the California Yacht in 3rd. with River City trying to chase him down, but right now it is out there in front, the Seattle Rowing Center boat in this men's lightweight double grand final. The field beginning to spread out a little bit here with about 750 meters to go, and it's an open water lead for Seattle Rowing Center over the second place boat from Balin Jesuit. It's only about 10 feet of open water, but it is a lead. 750 meters from the finish line here in the grand final. Seattle continuing to lead, Balin Jesuit in second, California Yacht Club in third. And then if we go back into the field, it's in River City in fourth. Saugatuck in fifth, I think, around right now, but Saugatuck and Pelham pretty even right now. It is Pelham County Rowing Association that is trailing the field, but right now Seattle Rowing Center in the lead in lane one over Balin Jesuit. But still, there's a lot of water left in this race as they're heading towards the finish. The grand final for the men's lightweight double at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, about 300 meters from the finish line, with Seattle continuing to lead, Balin Jesuit still in second, and California Yacht in lane 6 in third. But coming up fast, looks like California's making a move on the Balin Jesuit boat. Beginning to move up. What had been almost a full boat length lead has now been diminished considerably. Meantime, another move being made as well by Saugatuck, but it's Seattle continuing to be in the lead. The California Yacht Club in lane 6 beginning to pour it on, trying to catch up with Seattle Rowing Center in lane 1 to see who will get the gold medal in this men's lightweight double grand final for these national championships. Seattle trying to hold on to that gold medal. In the meantime, it looks like California Yacht moving up will hold on to silver, and here comes Saugatuck. It is Seattle in first, and here comes Saugatuck pouring it on. Will they catch up with that boat from California? Oh, it looks like California held on there. Saugatuck in third. In fourth, Balin Jesuit. Then comes River City, and then Pelham County here in the grand final for the men's lightweight doubles.
Currently racing on the course is the sea level final for the men's open weight double. Our early leader in this event is lane 2, Dallas. Lane 2, Dallas, with a very slight lead over Springside Chestnut Hill, rowing out of lane 4. And just as I said that, Springside actually pulled their bow into the lead. So Springside Chestnut Hill with a slight lead now over Dallas. Dallas in second. And right in between them is New Canaan. New Canaan sitting in that third place position, rowing out of lane 3. For our fourth place spot, we'll move over to lane 5. That is Texas Rowing. And Texas Rowing sitting bow to stern over sixth place, Orange County. So all boats now past 500 meters. Springside Chestnut Hill holding on to that lead. Bow to stern over Dallas and New Canaan. Dallas and New Canaan looking to be even with each other, with Texas Rowing also trying to be in that mix. So these crews in the sea level final racing for places 13 through 18 in the nation. Coming up to 750 meters in, Springside Chestnut Hill looking for a little bit of open water before they come to the halfway point. And Dallas pushing themselves into that second place spot, sitting one seat now over New Canaan. New Canaan in third, bow to stern over Texas Rowing out of lane 5. With lane 1, Orange County in the 5th place spot. And in our trailing crew, we'll move over to lane 6, that is Steel City B. Steel City doing a nice job out in their lane, just not quite able to match the power and speed of the top 5 crews. 1,000 meters to go here in the sea level final for the men's double. Springside Chestnut Hill with the lead.
It's all about being fast in the start, being steady in the middle, and maybe having something for the end, too. And that's what's happening in these men's double C final here for the national championships. Springside Chestnut Hill out to an early lead. Dallas in second, New Canaan in third right now. Meanwhile, back to fourth, it's Texas. 5th belongs to Orange County and 6th to Steel City. But as we saw in the grand final for the men's lightweight double, things can change quickly. Springside Chestnut Hill still maintaining the lead. Dallas is in contact with them. Is about a boat length lead as they pass the 750 meter mark. That's 750 meters to go. And in the bow of New Canaan in the mix there in the front 3. It's a little open water back to the 4th place boat from Texas. And Orange County over in lane 1 is in 5th right now, wearing those distinct, I guess you would call them cowboy hats. But in the lead here in the C final for the men's doubles at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, it's a Springside Chestnut Hill boat. But coming up fast, it is that boat from Dallas beginning to eat into the lead for the Springside Chestnut Hill. As a matter of fact, as I said, you start out fast, try to keep steady, and then try to sprint at the end. So who knows, maybe Springside Chestnut Hill's just waiting to spring a surprise there on Dallas. But Dallas is walking up and has diminished the lead for Springside Chestnut Hill to just 1 seat. The bow rower for Springside Chestnut Hill glancing to the right to check on the advancing boat from Dallas. And meanwhile, New Canaan maintaining contact with those front 2. Then it's back to Texas Rowing, Orange County, and Steel City here in the C final. Steel City well off the pace, trailing the field here in the C final. But right now it is Springside Chestnut Hill still in the lead in the C final for the men's double, with Dallas giving them a run for their money. New Canaan in third right now. But as they come down to the finish, we'll see who has a little and enough energy to make that sprint and cross the finish line first. Dallas begins to pick up the pace of their stroke, catching up with the Springside Chestnut Hill boat. In the middle, in between them, New Canaan working hard to catch up as well. Orange County not being left out of this race, and they're pouring on the turbochargers right now. Orange County in lane 1 powering their way up. They have taken over third. They are taking over second. They have taken over first. Orange County with a sprint at the end in first place in the C final. Second place belongs to Dallas. Third to New Canaan. And fourth to Springside, Chestnut Hill. And here comes the boat. Oops. Lost one there. That was Texas Rowing out. Sorry about that. Like that, huh? Still crossing the line. Steel
And
City
currently
here in
racing is the B-level final for the men's double.
Final and the men's
We have
double.
6 boats on the course. And all crews are just approaching 500 meters. Early on will be lane 2, Malvern Prep. Malvern Prep with a slight lead over lane 1, Dayton. Third place position will go over to lane 4. That is Skyline. Skyline crew with a slight lead over our 4th place crew from Miami Beach. So Miami Beach rowing out of lane 5. And in 5th, right in the center, is Olympia Area Rowing. So again, these crews racing for places 7 through 11 in the nation. Malvern Prep with their bow first across the line at 500 meters. Malvern Prep still in the lead, followed by Dayton. Dayton now with 1 length advantage over lane 4, Skyline crew. Skyline crew sitting just 2 seats above Miami Beach, but back to Miami Beach by about a seat of open water is Olympia Area Rowing. All crews now approaching 750 meters in. Malvern Prep trying to extend their lead a little bit, bring their stern just in front of the bow ball of that Dayton boat. And Dayton, same thing, looking for open water. Dayton looking for open water over Skyline. 750 meters in. Stroke rating for Malvern Prep, very aggressive here at 35 strokes a minute. We'll see if they can hold on to that stroke rate all the way through this piece. They're doing a really nice job here now with 2 seats of open water over Dayton. We'll get a stroke rating on Dayton. And Dayton also at 35 strokes a minute. So Dayton pulling their stern deck just onto the bow ball of that Skyline crew boat. And now still in that 4th place position, it is Miami Beach, now down to Skyline by 1 length of open water. Olympia Area still in 5th. But still within contact. All crews now at 1,000 meters.
Malvern Prep with a little open water, almost full length of open water lead over Dayton in lane 1 right now here in the B final. Halfway through the race. The Skyline crew remaining in the mix here, and as we saw in the last race, that C final, some of these boats can spring a surprise in the last 100 meters. The men's double B final. Malvern Prep in the lead. Dayton right behind them, but about a boat half and a length of open water behind Malvern Prep. In the meantime, Skyline crew has come up and begun to challenge the boat from Dayton. And then in 4th place, it's Miami Beach and Olympia in 5th. Dayton has about a 3/4 of a boat length lead over the Skyline crew, but Skyline is looking strong right now, and with each stroke is advancing a little bit at a time. Malvern Prep, in the meantime, is letting them battle it out behind him as they continue to lead here in the men's double B final. Malvern Prep, it continues to look very strong. Almost 20 meters of lead of open water over the second place boat from Dayton. So I think that the battle might be between Dayton and the Skyline crew. In the meantime, Miami Beach maintaining 4th place and Olympia area 5th here in the B final. Skyline glances to their right to look at where the boat from Dayton is, and they look like they're going to make a move here with about 400 meters to go in the B final. But it's Malvern Prep who's still out in front in lane 1. Excuse me, lane 2. Here comes the Skyline crew moving up on Dayton. As a matter of fact, they had reduced Dayton's lead over them significantly. Malvern Prep continuing to lead in lane 2, but here with about 90 meters to go, can Malvern Prep hold on? It looks like Dayton's beginning to feel that pressure and has picked up their pace as well, but Skyline crew looking very strong. In the meantime, the boat from Olympia area has begun to move forward as well, but right now Malvern Prep trying to hold on to that lead as it's Skyline making a big move, now in second over 3rd place Dayton. At the finish in the men's double B final here, the 2014 Youth National Championships, it's Malvern Prep crossing the line first. Here comes Dayton with a big push there in second, and then Skyline in 3rd, with Olympia coming in 4th and Miami Beach in 5th.
This is the grand final for the men's open weight double at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for 2014. 6 boats currently on the course. All boats past the breakage area, coming up to 250 meters in. All crews within contact of each other. No one has jumped out to a big lead yet. We do see some of these small boats right out of the gate. You have someone that establishes a wide lead very early on, but right now we still have all crews right next to each other. I'm going to give a very slight advantage to lane 2, Saugatuck. Saugatuck being flanked by Brookline High School in lane 1 for that lead. Get a shout out from the Saugatuck pair on the sideline, so that must have given them a little bit of a boost. They are in the lead, but that spot for second place, it's hard to tell right now. We have 3 crews straight across. We have Brookline High School rowing out of lane 1, Miami Rowing Center in lane 5, and then right next to them, Rye High School. So good battle going on for that second place position. Back in 5th, we move over to lane 3. That is Baltimore Rowing Club, and they are bow to stern over our 6th place crew from River City. We saw River City in the grand finals for the men's lightweight double, and here are their teammates in the open weight double. All crews now coming past 500 meters in. Saugatuck still holding on to the lead. And now there's been a little bit of a shakeup and a little more separation between crews so that we can see who's in that second place position. It is going to go to Miami. Miami rowing out of lane 5. They have a 1-seat advantage over Rye High School. Rye sitting in 3rd, with Brookline High School slipping back to 4th. Baltimore still holding on to 5th, slight lead over River City in 6th. And now it is open water for the crew from Saugatuck. Not quite at 750 meters in, but they have established a half a boat length lead, half a boat length of open water lead over the remaining 5 boats. Miami pushing to get a little bit more of a solid sense for that second place position, perhaps moving up to try to challenge that Saugatuck crew by the halfway mark. But Miami holding on to second just barely over Rye High School in lane 4. Brookline High School still in 4th, but with a good charge here by both Baltimore and River City. So as we come up to the halfway point, these bottom 3 boats, Brookline, Baltimore, and River City, charging each other to try and stay within contact of each other. 1,000 meters to go in the grand final for the men's double.
Halfway to the finish line for the championship and the medal here in the men's double at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism and also sponsored by the city of Folsom. It is Saugatuck out with a lead, but my, what a battle going on behind with both Miami rowing and fight from Rye as they're battling up there. Right now, I give the advantage to Miami rowing in second right now, but it is just the slightest of advantages. But Saugatuck trying to maintain their lead, but at each stroke, you can see Rye and Miami trading for that second place. Wonderful to see the competitors check each other out. And here comes Rye pouring it on, and it's an advantage to Rye right now for second place. Saugatuck still in the lead, but Rye leading in second with Miami, but making a move there on the opposite side of the course from the camera is the boat from Brookline. Baltimore, in the meantime, is still in 5th, and River City in 6th. Miami may have lost a lot of their energy because it appears that the boat from Brookline that had been in 4th has begun to make a move and is trying to pass them. In the meantime, Saugatuck still out front. This is for the gold medal here in the men's double at these national championships. Saugatuck holding on right now, but in second place, it's the boat from Rye in lane 4. With Miami being challenged for third place from Brookline. But in the meantime, Brookline, there in lane 1, has begun to walk up on all these other boats. They had been lingering back in 4th place, but they are beginning to make a move. In the meantime, Miami, seeing those challenges, is trying to pick up the pace, but it looks like they are losing a little. We'll have to see how it works out as they're about 300 meters from the end. Right now it's Saugatuck. This is for the grand final right now. Saugatuck in the lead, being challenged from that boat from Rye here in the men's double. They're looking for that gold medal. Can Saugatuck hold on? We'll have to wait and see, but Rye is making a hard charge. Brookline pouring on the power to their oars, catching up with Miami. In the meantime, in the back there's Baltimore and River City as they're coming in there, but right now we'll have to see how it all works out as they hit those red buoys in the final 250 meters of this grand final at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Look at these rowers go. Brookline continuing to charge. But look at Rye pour it on. Rye out in lane 4 is beginning to move, and they have taken over first place. In the meantime, seeing that challenge, Saugatuck trying to reapply themselves. Brookline is charging. Miami is charging towards the finish. But at the finish, it is the boat from Saugatuck maintaining gold medals with the boat from Rye, it looks like, in second. Brookline in third. And we'll have to see how the rest of the field works out as the last boat, the boat from River City, crosses in sixth. What a great effort for the grand final for the men's double here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. It's been great to have our host organization, the Sacramento State Aquatic Center, here today. And all weekend long, making the visitors from all across the country feel very comfortable. 1,500 high school and junior athletes have been competing in 18 events, and today we're making sure who is the best in the nation. And right there in the men's double A, wow, what a race at the finish. U.S. rowing sponsors and partners include the National Rowing Foundation and the United States Olympic Committee. U.S. rowing officials from across the country have been working this event, and a big cheer for all those referees who make sure that the athletes are safe and fair on the course. They work from early in the morning till late in the evening hours, making sure these events run smoothly. So thanks to those U.S. rowing officials. The C final for the women's pair on the way next, and then the B final and A final in the women's pair, and the men's pair as well. Then we go to the quads, beginning about 11 o'clock Pacific time with the women's quads, followed by the men's quads. And then the big boats bring the excitement to Lake Natoma here in Folsom, California. You'll see the marvelous color and competition of the Big Eights coming up just a little bit later.
We'll go live to you, and focus on what you think is the lead boat, and we'll try to go from there. Now, let you go live.
In the C final for the women's pair, in lane 1, it'll be Baltimore. In lane 2, let me clarify here. For the women's pair, the lane assignments: Baltimore B in lane 1, Baltimore A in lane 2, Vashon Island in lane 3, and James Madison in lane 4. The C final for the women's pair here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. It appears the Baltimore A boat is battling with Vashon Island for the lead right now in the C final for the women's pair. It's still in contact, the Baltimore B boat, and trying to stay in the mix, the boat from James Madison in lane 4. But out in front right now, it's a battle between Vashon Island and Baltimore A in the women's pair C final. Approaching the halfway point, it's Vashon Island in lane 3 in the lead here in the pairs battle for the C final. Vashon Island leading Baltimore A. Then it looks like James Madison is in third, and Baltimore B in lane 1 in fourth. Vashon Island with about 3/4 of a boat length lead over the Baltimore A boat in the lane right next to them as they cross the halfway point in the C final. Less than 1,000 meters to go with Vashon Island in lane 3 in the lead by about half a boat length now. And in the meantime, James Madison has begun to assert themselves as well. And although they are in third, they are in contact with that lead pair. And meanwhile, Baltimore B in lane 1 is about a boat length back from that third place James Madison boat. All the rowers who have been competing this weekend qualified through a number of designated qualification regattas from the country's 7 regions. There were 12 designated qualification regattas in the 7 regions, and that's where all these boats came from. C final for the women's pairs, with Vashon Island continuing to be in the lead. Baltimore A boat in lane 2 in second, James Madison in third, and Baltimore B in lane 1 in fourth. The Baltimore A boat, though, is beginning to bite into the Vashon Island lead. They have reduced it from about 3/4 of a boat length to just about half. And as a matter of fact, I see the stroke for the Vashon Island boat glance over to the right to look at the Baltimore A boat and judge just how fast they're going. .500 meters to go, and Baltimore A begins to apply the power, and they have taken over the lead from Vashon Island. James Madison still in third, and the Baltimore B boat in fourth, but they are fighting at the front. Vashon Island and Baltimore A in this women's pair C final. Vashon Island trying to respond to the challenge from Baltimore, but Baltimore looking strong as they have about a deck length lead over the Vashon Island boat now. Still James Madison in third and Baltimore B in fourth as they approach the beach area, and they can hear the cheers of the spectators. These young rowers working hard towards that finish line. Baltimore A in lane 2 beginning to pull away, having the lead here in the women's pair C final over Vashon Island. James Madison in third and Baltimore in fourth right now. But boy, Baltimore A has been putting on a clinic and really making a move here in the final few hundred meters. James Madison beginning to make a move as well. It looks like Vashon Island is paying for that early lead. Baltimore A in lane 2 still looking strong here in the C final, but James Madison's beginning to pour it on too. .50 meters from the end, Baltimore in lane 2, continuing to lead, but it's James Madison beginning to make a move. Vashon Island still in third, but they're beginning to apply some power to their oars too. I don't know if they have enough water to make it up, but here in the C final for the women's pair, it's the boat from Baltimore A in first place, James Madison in second, Vashon Island in third, and here comes the Baltimore B boat in lane 1 heading towards the finish line in fourth.
So North Orlando with half a boat length of open water over Newport with Indianapolis Rowing Club chasing. The fourth place position will move over to lane 4. That is Dayton Rowing Club. Dayton Rowing Club with about 1 seat of open water over both Dublin Crew and Skyline Crew. Dublin Crew from Ohio, from Dublin, Ohio, and Skyline from Ann Arbor, Michigan. So with almost 750 meters in, a little bit of a change up in positioning here. North Orlando continues with a significant lead, but now in that second place position, it is Indianapolis Rowing Club. So Indianapolis now overtaking Newport Aquatic Center for that second place position, and Newport slipping back into third. Our crew from Dayton still in that fourth place position, not with as much of an open water lead as they had previously, but still holding off Dublin and Skyline. So Dublin sitting in Dublin sitting in fifth with Skyline in sixth. All boats now at about 900 meters to go, and North Orlando doing a nice job, looking very controlled, very long. A little bit of a headwind here. Great blade placement. Even power as they come into the halfway point. So North Orlando now with a boat and a half of open water over Indianapolis, and now Indianapolis with about a seat of open water over Newport Aquatic Center. So top three positions right there at the 1,000 meter line. This is the B-level final for the women's pair.
Camera switch, camera 2.
Each of these finals happening today, determining national ranking for all these boats. So with the C final, you're basically looking at places 13 through 18 if you have 6 boats in that C final. In the B final, of course, that's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12th fastest boats in the nation. That's what's happening here at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships here. So in the B final for the women's pair right now, North Orlando in the lead over Indianapolis with Newport Aquatic Center in third. Dayton is in fourth, Dublin Crew in fifth, and Skyline Crew in sixth. The field is pretty spread out here. The North Orlando with a comfortable open water lead over the boat from Indianapolis in lane 1. Newport in lane 3 is in third right now. And then again back to 4th, 5th, and 6th, Dayton, Dublin, and Skyline respectively. The athletes here at the National Championships are representing 133 clubs and high school rowing programs from 106 cities and 26 states as they're competing for these national titles today. There'll be award ceremonies coming up a little bit later. And this is Olympic Day at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships with special guests, the 2004 Olympic gold medalist coxswain Peter Cipollone, London bronze medalist Scott Galt, two-time Olympic men's singles sculler Ten Jerkowski, London lightweight sculler Julie Nichols, and three-time Olympic medalist coxswain Mary Whipple. They are here on the site at Lake Natoma, signing autographs and taking pictures with some of these young athletes today who may be competing in the Olympics in the future. Back in the B final for the women's pair, it's still North Orlando out in front, with Indianapolis maintaining second place and third place belonging to Newport Aquatic Center. These boats are pretty well spread out, but Indianapolis has begun to diminish the lead for that boat from North Orlando here in the B final. These pairs quite challenging to row. Very impressive to see these young rowers making them move so nicely. You just imagine, you're balancing the boat with just 2 oars and just 2 people. So it takes a lot of teamwork, dedication, and determination to both go fast and straight in the pairs. We'll see some fast pairs coming up in the grand final for the women's pair in just a moment. This is the B final, and it is North Orlando out in the lead, Indianapolis in second, Newport Aquatic Center in third, Dayton in fourth, Dublin in fifth, and Skyline Crew in sixth. Or is it? Does look like there's been some movement as the Skyline Crew has begun to move up. So it is North Orlando coming down to the finish line in first, Indianapolis in second, Newport in third, and it does appear that Skyline has moved up. So Skyline has passed Dublin, which has passed Dayton. The B final, here comes Newport to the finish line, crossing in third. Skyline to the finish line in fourth. Dublin in fifth, and bowling their way through some geese here at the finish line. The boat from Dayton in sixth.
And here we are in the grand final for the women's pair. We are almost at 500 meters here, and Marin, rowing out of lane 1, has established a good 1 boat length lead over the remaining 5 crews. We did get a little bit of a call from the referees for Holy Names and Saugatuck. It looks like they were getting a little bit too close for comfort, and looks like they're back in their lanes and everyone rowing cleanly. I'm not sure that it affected anything in this first 500, but I think it did definitely provide a bit of an adrenaline pump. And the ladies from Holy Names pushing themselves into the second place position. They have 2 seats over Saugatuck. Saugatuck sitting in third at 500 meters in. And that 4th place position will move over to lane 4. That is Berkeley High School. Berkeley, one of the few public high schools in the state of California that hosts a rowing team. And Berkeley sitting in 4th with a slight lead over lane 6, Saugatuck B. So 2 Saugatuck entries here. And their B boat right now in that 5th place position with a bit of open water over lane 5, Community Rowing from Boston. One thing to note about Community Rowing is they have a beautiful boathouse in Boston, and they host over 5,000 rowers. Kind of hard to even fathom that they can have that many people on the water, but they host so many different types of programs that they are able to get the maximum number of people out on the water on any given day. So really successful, amazing program from Community Rowing, and they're represented very well here at the Youth National Championships for 2014. But back to the leader, it is Marin now with 1 seat of open water over Holy Names. Holy Names pushing their stern deck onto the bow ball of 3rd place Saugatuck A. Berkeley High School down to Saugatuck by just about a seat of open water. So Berkeley High School in 4th, but looks like they are actually even now with Saugatuck B. So Berkeley High School and Saugatuck B battling it out for that 4th or 5th place position. Community Rowing, the trailing crew, back by about 1 length of open water. And all boats now past 750 meters. Positioning has not changed here. Marin still with the lead, but with Holy Names cutting into that lead just a little bit and back in contact with the stern deck of Marin's boat.
The 1,000-meter mark in the grand final for the women's pair here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, being presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. The national championships for the youths taking place on the West Coast for the first time. This is the 18th U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Marin continues to lead here in the grand final. Holy Names following them by a boat length and fighting it. As Saugatuck A is trying to maintain third place. And meantime, there is a fight between the Saugatuck B boat and Berkeley for fourth. The boat from CRI still is trailing the field, but out front it is Marin, and they have gotten an open water lead over the boat from Holy Names. Saugatuck A just about a boat length back from that boat. But the real battle is between Berkeley and Saugatuck B for fourth. And it's a real back-and-forth battle here in the grand final for the women's pair for that fourth place position right now. Here comes a surge from the Saugatuck B boat, and they have taken over the third place. As a matter of fact, Saugatuck B boat in lane 6 is coming up fast. And meanwhile, the boat from Holy Names has begun to bite into the lead that Marin had. As they hit 500 meters from the finish line, Marin continues to be in the lead. Holy Names is right behind, but they are being challenged by both Saugatuck A and Saugatuck B. So a battle for third between Saugatuck B and Saugatuck A. Meanwhile, the boat from Berkeley's bow is entering this picture. So it's Marin in the lead right now with Holy Names in second, though Holy Names is being challenged by the Saugatuck A boat and the Saugatuck B boat. But out front with open water lead in the grand final for the women's pair here at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, it's Marin in the lead right now, and a battle for third between Saugatuck A and Saugatuck B. It looks like a slight advantage for Saugatuck B right now, but Saugatuck A is pouring it on. In the meantime, Berkeley's trying to enter the picture as well in this battle for the national championship. Marin continues to lead and head towards the finish line. Less than 250 meters to go. They have about a boat length's lead, but look out in lane 6. That Saugatuck B boat has been pouring it on. Meantime, it's the Holy Names Saugatuck A boat in Berkeley doing battle, and CRI trailing the field. But here is Saugatuck B trying to catch up with that boat from Marin. Marin trying to hold on in these final few dozen meters. For the gold in the national championship in the women's pair, here comes Marin to the finish line. Fight for second between Holy Names and the Saugatuck B boat. It looks like Holy Names comes across the line first for silver, and coming up fast, it's Berkeley, but it's still Saugatuck B who passes for the bronze. So it will be the boat from Berkeley in fourth, then Saugatuck A in fifth, and here comes CRI for sixth fastest boat in the nation in the women's pair.
And we are well underway in the B final for the men's pair. Just past 500 meters here, our leader has been established in lane 1, Austin Rowing Club, with a bow to stern advantage over Pocock. Pocock rowing out of lane 2. Pocock is sitting with their stern deck on the bow deck of the Atlanta Juniors boat. Atlanta Juniors sitting in third, and with a bit of open water over our fourth place crew, which is Upper Arlington rowing out of lane 5. So Upper Arlington in fourth with 2 seats over lane 6 Deerfield. And in that sixth and final position, it is lane 4, Community Rowing. But very, very close, Community Rowing and Deerfield almost even with each other. A little bit of a bobble there from the Upper Arlington boat, but they look to have recovered, came out a little bit out of their lane. They're getting a little too close to comfort here to that Deerfield boat, and the refs are coming right over to give them a little bit of direction, but they see that, and they're coming right back into their lane. So sometimes just one bad stroke can throw that boat off course, but they seem to have recovered well and are rowing cleanly. Back to the leader, Austin, really just pulling away here from the rest of the field. They now have one length of open water over Pocock, but you got to watch out for Atlanta Juniors. So Atlanta Juniors putting on a really nice push here at 750 meters, seeing if they can draw even with Pocock by the 1,000-meter line. The remaining spots, too hard to tell right now for that 4th, 5th, or 6th place position, although I am going to give a slight advantage to Deerfield rowing out of lane 6th. So Deerfield in 4th are followed by Upper Arlington in 5th, and then Community Rowing in 6th.
One, two, three, 6.
The men's pair, the B final. Stroking through the halfway point of the race, with Austin still in the lead, Pocock in second, and the Atlanta Juniors in third. Deerfield pulling up into fourth, but boy, there's quite a battle going on in lanes 4, 5, and 6. That's CRI and Upper Arlington trying to catch up with Deerfield, who is in fourth. But there's a pretty good open water lead before the boat from Austin over Pocock and Atlanta Juniors, and then open water back to the 4th place of Deerfield with CRI and Upper Arlington chasing them. Meanwhile, in just a few strokes, the Atlanta Juniors have taken second place from that boat from Pocock. And as a matter of fact, the bow in the Atlanta Juniors boat is glancing over his right shoulder to see where that Austin boat is, and I think they're determined to catch up with them. In the meantime, it's the Deerfield still leading Upper Arlington and CRI for 4th, 5th, and 6th. I would call it Deerfield in 4th, CRI in 5th, and Upper Arlington in 6th right now. But out front, it's really the Atlanta Juniors who are pouring it on and trying to catch up with the boat from Austin here in the B final for the men's pair at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Austin with a substantial lead and continuing to stroke towards the finish. Atlanta Juniors trying to set their sights on him. In the meantime, Pocock, who just got passed by Atlanta, is trying to recover and catch up for that second place finish here in the B final. 250 meters to the finish line here in the B final. Austin continuing to lead substantially. The Atlanta Juniors are in second right now. Pocock in third. Deerfield still in fourth, being chased by both CRI and Upper Arlington. Austin not resting on their laurels, continuing to row hard and actually picking up the pace in the sprint towards the finish here in the B final for the men's pair at the National Championships. Trying to cross the line first to be the 7th fastest men's pair in the nation. Atlanta still in second, with Pocock coming on strong here at the end. Pocock making a sprint as well, trying to catch back up with Atlanta. But it looks like here in the B final, it is Austin, number one. Can Atlanta hold on? They're trying to. Yes, it is. Atlanta is number two. Pocock sprinting, but still in third. Out in lane 6 is Deerfield coming to fourth. And looks like CRI has overtaken Upper Arlington, so they may come in fifth with Upper Arlington in sixth. Here in the men's pair B final, the championship race is next. You're watching live streaming of the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism.
And currently underway and racing, coming up to 250 meters in. This is the grand final for the men's pair. We have 6 boats on the water, and all boats still within contact to each other very early on here. Just past 250 meters, our early leader will be lanes 1 and 2, Three Rivers and White Rock. So Three Rivers and White Rock even with each other, and already with an open water lead over the remaining field. In that third place position, we'll move over to lane 4, Norwalk River. Norwalk River sitting bow to stern over both Capital Crew in lane 5 and Indianapolis Rowing Club in lane 6. In 6th place, but just back barely, it is Chattanooga. Chattanooga rowing out of lane 3. So all crews within contact to each other. And now White Rock with the lead. White Rock sitting 2 seats above Three Rivers. And Three Rivers holding on to that second place position now with just a little bit of open water over Norwalk River. Norwalk River holding on to third place, sitting 2 seats above Capital. Capital Crew is the home junior team here on Lake Natoma. So representing their team fine here in the grand finals. Looking good, currently sitting in 4th place. 4th place and even with Chattanooga. So Chattanooga rowing out of lane 3, pulling themselves up even with Capital. Indianapolis Rowing Club currently occupying that 6th place position. 750 meters. White Rock still holding on to the lead, pulling their stern deck up to the bow deck of Three Rivers. .31 strokes a minute here for White Rock. Very controlled. Still a headwind all the way throughout this morning. There's been a bit of a headwind, so crews tend to drop that stroke rating down a little bit and capitalize on the length and power that they have through the water. So White Rock still sitting in that same position, holding off Three Rivers. And back by a half a length of open water in the 3rd place position, it is Norwalk River. Still holding off Chattanooga and Capital, with Indianapolis in 6th.
Grand final for the men's pair. White Rock in the lead at the halfway point. Three Rivers giving him a stiff battle. Meanwhile, a fight for third going on between Chattanooga and Norwalk River. The Capital Crew is in 5th right now, and Indianapolis in 6th. The fastest men's pair in the nation will be determined in just a few minutes. Right now, it's White Rock in the lead by about half a boat length. And boy, the looks that are being exchanged between the rowers in the White Rock boat and the rowers in the Three Rivers boat are pretty fierce. .500 meters to go. White Rock still in the lead over Three Rivers. It's a fight there. Well, actually, third is Norwalk River. Make that Chattanooga. Chattanooga is pulled ahead of Norwalk River. And then Capital Crew is there in fifth. Indianapolis still trailing the group slightly in sixth. But out front, White Rock continues to lead in the championship for the men's pair here at the Youth National Championships. Final 300 meters for the men's pair. White Rock continuing to lead, but Three Rivers are the boat from Three Rivers really sizing him up. Chattanooga right there in the mix. Norwalk River is in fourth. Capital Crew in fifth, and Indianapolis in sixth still. But White Rock has put on a little bit of power and is now pulled well ahead of the boat from Three Rivers, almost a boat length's lead as they approach the red buoys, indicating 250 meters to go. White Rock is looking comfortable, but somebody might have a surprise for him. We'll have to see as the men's pair grand final here for the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships heads towards the finish line. White Rock in the lead. Three Rivers chasing him. Chattanooga in the mix. Then a fight between Norwalk River, Capital, and Indianapolis. White Rock looking confident. The cowbells are clanging here on the beach as they head towards the final few hundred meters for this men's pair championship race. White Rock well out in the lead right now. It'll be a fight for second between Three Rivers and Chattanooga. Three Rivers looking so good at the beginning. Looks like they may have wasted a lot of energy, but here comes Chattanooga strong in lane 3. Meanwhile, in fourth, it's Norwalk River. Fifth is Capital, and sixth it's Indianapolis. But at the finish line, and for the gold medal, it's White Rock crossing the line first to win the men's pair. Second belongs to Three Rivers. Third to Chattanooga. Here comes Norwalk River for fourth, Capital for fifth, and Indianapolis as the sixth fastest men's pair in the nation. The White Rock crew celebrating across the finish line, smack in the water, and very happy to win the gold medal. Nice. Feeling the power. The official video broadcast sponsor of U.S. rowing events is the Scholastic Rowing Association of America. We thank them for their support. Thanks also again to our wonderful hosts for this championship weekend. The Sacramento State Aquatic Center has been very gracious and generous in their hospitality, and it has been a fantastic weekend here in Folsom, California. We also like to thank the Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism for their support of the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. A reminder that the awards ceremonies for events 1 through 8 will happen at 11 o'clock this morning Pacific time. At 12:45, the award ceremony for events 9 through 13 will take place, and the remaining awards will be given after the last race of the day. And this is Olympic Day here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships with Peter Cipollone, the gold medalist coxswain here, the 2004 Olympic gold medalist. Also thanks to Scott Galt, the two-time Olympic men's sculler Ken Cherkowski, Julie Nichols, and three-time Olympic medalist coxswain Mary Whipple for participating in the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships Olympic Day today. They're signing autographs, getting selfies taken with many of these young rowers. The C final for the women's quad has been delayed at the start line, and we will bring you the action as soon as we can. Also, thanks to the city of Folsom for being one of the presenting sponsors. They are, earlier today, the Folsom Travel Bureau was a sponsor of the women's single race. The Sacramento State Aquatic Center, our host organization, has hosted many competitive events. This is the first time that the Youth National Championships have taken place on the West Coast, but there have been many rowing events here, including the West Coast College Rowing Championships, Pac-12 Conference Rowing Championships, the IRA National Championships, and the NCAA Women's Rowing Championships. As a matter of fact, the NCAA Championships for women's rowing Divisions 1, 2, and 3 will be here next week. There's a break in the action here on Championship Sunday at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. That youth women's quad C final will be cranking up in just a minute or two. But everyone, the refs and the like, are catching their breath for just a moment. You're watching live streaming of the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. The action will continue with women's and men's quads, and then eights. The lightweight eights for women will race. A few fours, and of course the day will end with the big championships for the eights in men's and women's.
And we have had a start in the sea-level final for the women's youth quad. All crews coming past the breakage point here. All boats rowing cleanly. And these crews racing for spots 13 through 19 in the country at the Youth National Rowing Championships for 2014. Not quite at 250 meters in, and very slight lead will go to lane 1, Essex. Essex has a slight lead over lane 2, New Canaan. with lane 5, River City. Sorry, not River City, that would be River Rowing from Nyack, New York, pulling into that 3rd place position. Still very early on, so all crews within contact to each other, all parts of the boat touching bow to stern, overlap between all the crews. So lots can change here between now and that 500-meter mark. And just in the time I've said that, River Rowing has actually pulled into that lead. They're followed by New Canaan and then Essex in lane 1. In that 4th place position, we'll move over to lane 3. That is Skyline Crew from Ann Arbor, Michigan. They have a bit of open water over the 5th place team, rowing out of lane 4, Greater Dayton. Greater Dayton with a couple of seats over Sagamore Rowing Association from Long Island. Sagamore sitting in 6th. .500 meters in, and River Rowing and New Canaan even with each other for that lead spot. Lane 1, Essex in 3rd, sitting 4 seats over Skyline Crew. Skyline Crew still holding on to 4th and pushing themselves a little bit farther away from Greater Dayton. Greater Dayton holding on to 5th and now sitting just 1 seat over Sagamore. Sagamore still in 6th. And New Canaan making a move here, coming up to 750 meters in. They have now pulled themselves 3 seats over Sagamore. So New Canaan in lane 2, now sitting 3, now 4 seats over Sagamore Rowing Association. Essex still in 3rd, down to Sagamore by about 3 seats. And now these top 3 crews with open water over the remaining field. Skyline Crew in 4th, holding bow to stern over Greater Dayton, and Greater Dayton sitting 3 seats over River Rowing Association. Excuse me, that would be over Sagamore Rowing Association. Coming into the halfway point, New Canaan still holding on to that lead. River Rowing still in 2nd, with Essex in lane 1 holding on to 3rd. 1,000 meters to go.
Time for the quads to determine the national pecking order. Who's the fastest in the nation here at the national championships? The C final here with New Canaan continuing to lead just slightly over River Rowing. Quite a fight going on there in the center of the course, with New Canaan in lane 2 and River Rowing in lane 5. And meanwhile, Essex in lane 1 is in 3rd place. Then there's a little ways back before we find the 4th place Skyline Crew, 5th place Greater Dayton, and 6th place Sagamore. The C final for the women's quad here at the national championships. New Canaan continuing with about, I'd say 2/3 of a boat length lead over 2nd place River Rowing, who has about a boat length lead over 3rd place Essex right now as they approach the 500 meter mark. Looks like New Canaan has begun to pick up the pace a little bit, and I see the bow rower in the river rowing boat glance over to her right to check and see what's happening. And New Canaan continues to pour it on and lead this C final, with Essex still in third, but beginning to make up some water on river rowing, with Skyline in fourth, Greater Dayton in fifth, and Sagamore in sixth still. New Canaan continuing to pour it on and lead this C final in the women's quad at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. They are in first by a boat length and some open water, while in second is River Rowing, and River Rowing has begun to feel a threat from third place Essex in lane one. But out front, New Canaan looking very calm, cool, and collected, and continuing to drive towards the finish line as they approach the beach and spectator area. Skyline Crew seems to have faltered slightly and fallen back. New Canaan continues to be in the lead. With River Rowing in second, Essex in third. It does look now like the boat from Sagamore may have made up a little bit of water, and looks like they are in fourth right now, with Greater Dayton continuing to be in fifth. New Canaan continuing to stroke towards the finish to win the C final for the women's quad here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. New Canaan in the lead, and a big push from Sagamore in lane 6. Excuse me, that's River Rowing in lane 5. Coming up in second, Essex continuing to hold on to third. The boat from Greater Dayton has taken over fourth and surged past Sagamore, with the boat from Skyline Crew falling to sixth here in the C final.
And racing is underway in the B-level final for the women's youth quad here at the U.S. Rowing National Championships for 2014. Our early leader just before the 500-meter mark is Texas Rowing out of lane 1. Texas Rowing is a 4-seat lead over Los Gatos. Los Gatos Rowing out of lane 4. Los Gatos, a program that was established back in the 80s, and they row on Lexington Reservoir just south of San Francisco. So one of our Bay Area teams, and one that's very familiar with the waters here of Lake Natoma. Doing a nice job, currently sitting in that second place position here in the petite final. They have a 3-seat advantage over lane 2, Holy Names Academy. Holy Names, a private girls' school in Seattle. And Holy Names holding on to third with 1 seat over Vashon Island. And Vashon from just outside of Seattle as well. So very familiar with racing Holy Names, I'm sure, throughout this season. Very close to them, and currently in that 5th place position, is lane 6, Conestoga. And Conestoga holding on to a half a boat length of open water over 6th place Steel City. But Texas Rowing trying to get a little bit of open water over the rest of the field. They have just a couple of inches of open water right now at 750 meters. Los Gatos still holding on to second, sitting 2 seats over both Los Gatos. Los Gatos sitting 2 seats over both Vashon and Holy Names, with Conestoga right there with them. So tight race heating up here for that 3rd place spot. We've got 3 boats really just straight across. Los Gatos still in second, but with Holy Names, Vashon, and Conestoga a little bit too close to call. Steel City continues in 6th. And we'll turn it over to Mark for at the halfway point. 1,000 meters to go here in the B-level final for the women's youth quad.
You couldn't ask for a nicer day for a championship race here in Lake Natoma in Folsom, California. Beautiful sunshine, blue sky, and some nice water for these rowers as the women's quad B final is roaring down the course with Texas continuing to lead. Los Gatos in second, and a tight race for third between Holy Names, Vashon Island, and Conestoga. Steel City is just behind and a little off the pace in this B final right now. .750 meters to go in the B final. Texas rowing continuing to lead, but quite a tight pack in the middle of the race course, with Los Gatos, Vashon Island, and Holy Names battling it out. Right now, Los Gatos with the advantage, and Vashon and the Holy Names with the advantage over Vashon Island. But out front, those very distinctive red, white, and blue with a star oars of Texas here in the women's quad B final. They have about a boat length and a half of open water lead over the second place boat. And it looks like Holy Names has taken control by a couple of seats over the boat from Los Gatos, but Vashon Island's bow is still in the mix and competing here. Conestoga continues in fifth place with Steel City trailing the field by several boat lengths in sixth here in the B final of the women's quad at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Texas rowing out front, those stars on their blades flashing as they come into view of the beach with less than 500 meters to go. Texas in first. Right now it is Holy Names in second, Los Gatos in third, Vashon Island in fourth, Conestoga in fifth. Los Gatos feeling pressure from Vashon Island now. Vashon Island had been lurking. Now Vashon Island is making a move. Vashon Island walking past the boat from Los Gatos. They went from being about even to now about a two-seat lead over Vashon Island. Los Gatos pouring it on right now. Texas rowing still out in front, but what a battle happening here with Los Gatos losing ground to Vashon Island. In the meantime, up front, Texas being challenged by the boat from Holy Names. Can Texas hold on as they hit those red buoys with 250 meters to go? It's the B final for the women's quads here at the National Championships for 2014. These are the 7th through 12th fastest quads in the nation. Texas working hard to hold on, but here comes Holy Names. Meantime, Vashon Island fighting back from Los Gatos to take over third, but way out in lane 6, Conestoga is in the mix, and they're giving them a run for their money as well. Coming down to the line, Texas continues to lead in this B final with Holy Names coming up fast in second. A fight for third, but it looks like the Vashon Island boat is fighting its way back past Los Gatos. Los Gatos losing ground to the Conestoga boat. We'll have to see. It is Vashon Island in third. Los Gatos pulls it out for fourth. Conestoga in fifth, and here comes Steel City for sixth.
Okay, we are going to
we have had a start in the grand final for the women's quad. 6 boats on the course. All boats now past the breakage area. Crews getting a little bit of course correction from the referees right off of the start. Looks like lane 5 Long Beach had a little bit of trouble there with their boat turning just a bit out of their lane, but they look to be back on course and rowing cleanly. All boats coming up to 250 meters in. Very fast start here for our top 2 boats. Y Quad Cities rowing out of lane 1 and Seattle Rowing Center in lane 2. So those 2 boats even with each other just at 250 meters in. And very early on here, our 3rd place boat is San Diego Rowing Club, rowing out of lane 4. They are sitting 2 seats over GMS rowing in lane 3. Back by 1 length in that 5th place position, it is lane 6, Pelham Community Rowing. They are sitting 1 seat over Long Beach. Long Beach rowing out of lane 5. Now, interesting to note, the previous 2 years' champions are both in this grand final. So Long Beach having won this event last year at the Youth National Championships, and GMS Rowing winning that event in 2012. So certainly gunning for each other here out on the course. But it's anyone's game here today, and right now Y Quad Cities is doing a nice job extending their lead as they come into the 500-meter mark. So right now it is Y Quad Cities with 3 seats over Seattle Rowing Center. San Diego still sitting in 3rd, but now 3 seats over GMS Rowing Center. So GMS in 4th. Back by a bit of open water, it is Pelham in 5th, with Long Beach pulling up 6th place. Very aggressive first 500 meters for Y Quad City so that they could establish that commanding lead. They are being clocked at 36 strokes a minute. Looks like Seattle Rowing Center a little bit lower. We get a stroke rating for them as we come into the 750-meter mark. And Seattle Rowing Center at 35 strokes a minute, so a couple of beats lower. But look out for San Diego. San Diego in that 3rd place position, and with GMS right next to them, pushing a little bit harder. So San Diego still holding on to 3rd, but now just by 1 seat over GMS. Great racing here as we come to the halfway point. Y Quad Cities continuing to extend their lead. They now have a bow to stern advantage over Seattle Rowing Club, Seattle Rowing Center, but Seattle now just with 3 seats over San Diego. San Diego even with GMS. Pelham continues to hold on to a very slight lead over Long Beach. So Pelham in 5th, Long Beach in 6th. But great race here for that 2nd or 3rd place spot. 1,000 meters to go in the grand final of the women's quad.
Young ladies looking for those gold medals here in the women's quad grand final at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. It is Y Quad Cities out in front with a little open water lead. GMS Rowing in 2nd right now. Seattle and San Diego battling. Long Beach and Pelham County are trailing the field, with Long Beach an advantage over Pelham right now. But at the front, Y Quad Cities really putting on a clinic and showing how it's done in this grand final for the women's quad here for the national championships. Open water lead for Y Quad Cities at the 750-meter mark. A real fight right behind the Y Quad Cities boat. 3 boats battling for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That's Seattle, GMS Rowing, and San Diego. It looks like GMS Rowing has the advantage right now by about 3 seats, but they are all very tightly knit together there in that 2nd, lane 2, lane 3, and lane 4 area. So it'll be quite a finish if they stick together. A little ways back to the Long Beach Juniors boat in lane lane 5, and Pelham County in lane 6, about a half a boat length off them. But Y Quad Cities out in front with an open water lead. Meantime, GMS Rowing has begun to apply the power. They have now asserted themselves and have a strong hold on second place, with San Diego moving into third. Matter of fact, GMS is moving up so much, they look like they are beginning to catch up with that boat from Y Quad Cities. They're coming down to about 300 meters to go with Y Quad Cities in the lead, but GMS Rowing beginning to make a move, and GMS Rowing is moving fast. San Diego following them right there behind. Matter of fact, it looks like Seattle, the Seattle Rowing Center, making a move as well. All grouped together there for second, third, and fourth. Quite a fight will happen right there, with GMS Rowing right now with almost about half a boat length lead over the third place San Diego boat, and Seattle Rowing Center in fourth, and they're only about 2/3 of a boat length behind that GMS boat. Coming into view from the beach, Y Quad Cities continues to lead here in the grand final for the women's quad at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, but there is a big surge happening right behind them. Just a 3-seat lead over San Diego for GMS Rowing as they are pursuing Y Quad Cities. GMS Rowing continuing to hold on to second place, but San Diego is there challenging them. Seattle right behind them, so it's going to be a real fight here as they head down to the line looking for that gold medal. Y Quad Cities still in the lead. Who will get silver? Who will get bronze? Charging towards the line with just about 100 meters to go. Y Quad Cities continuing to lead. It's San Diego beginning to walk up on GMS Rowing. It looks like the Seattle boat has fallen off a little bit, but here comes the charge. At the finish line, Y Quad Cities still rowing strong. 10 meters to go. It's Y Quad Cities winning the gold medal in the women's quad here at the National Championships. GMS is holding on for silver. Third place goes to San Diego. Here comes Seattle for fourth, and out in lane 6, it's Pelham for fifth, and Long Beach Juniors for sixth.
And we are into the sea level final for the men's youth quad. These boats racing for places 13 through 18 here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Right now, our leader, just at 500 meters in, is lane 2, Episcopal Dallas. Big jump there for them as they pull their boat 3 seats ahead of Conestoga A. So Conestoga with 2 entries here in this event, and both of those boats in this sea level final. The Conestoga A currently sitting in second place, but looking to challenge Episcopal Dallas for that lead. Still very early on, so a lot will change. But in the third place position, we will move over to lane 1. That is Narragansett. And Narragansett actually was the winner of this entire event in the grand finals at last year's Youth National Championships. Seeing a little bit turn of events for them as they're in the sea level final, but still doing a fine job. Currently sitting in that third place position here with 2 seats over our fourth place crew from Miami Rowing. So Miami Rowing sitting in fourth with a bow to stern advantage over fifth place Charlotte Youth Rowing. Charlotte Youth Rowing rowing out of lane 5 and sitting now 1 seat over the B boat from Conestoga. Coming into the halfway point here, it is Conestoga A now overtaking the lead from Episcopal Dallas. So Conestoga now with 4 seats over Episcopal Dallas. Now in second place, but with Narragansett in third. Miami Rowing still sitting in fourth. And Conestoga B putting on a big push to come into that 5th place position and overtaking Charlotte Youth Rowing for that 5th place spot. So Charlotte Youth slipping back to 6th, and here we are, 1,000 meters to go.
More than 1,500 high school and junior athletes competing this weekend in the national championships. The 18th U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships taking place on the West Coast for the first time. Beautiful Lake Natoma here. Hosts are the Sacramento State Aquatic Center, and they've done a very hospitable job of welcoming all these athletes and families and supporters for these championships. C final for the men's quad, with Conestoga A in lane 6 out in the lead. Episcopal Dallas in second, Narragansett in lane 1 in third, Miami in fourth, and a fight between Conestoga and Charlotte Youth in 5th and 6th. Now, Conestoga A out in lane 6, holding on, but being chased down right now by that boat from Episcopal Dallas. As a matter of fact, Dallas, having seen Conestoga move ahead, has moved within about a seat of that lead boat. .500 meters from the finish. Conestoga A continuing to lead this C final over Episcopal Dallas, but Episcopal Dallas is giving them a run for their money right now. Narragansett continuing to hold on to third and beginning to make a move up on that boat from Dallas. Well, fourth is still held by Miami. Fifth by the Conestoga B boat, who's being challenged by Charlotte Youth. But at the 500 meters to go mark, Conestoga A here in the C final for the men's quad at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, holding on to the lead. But Episcopal Dallas is giving them a run for their money and continuing to hold tight in second place. Third still held by Narragansett as they approach the beach, and the spectators and the cheering. The cowbells are a-clanking. Conestoga A, the bow rower, looking over to check on what's happening. And here comes Episcopal Dallas in the C final for the men's quad. It's Episcopal Dallas walking up on the Conestoga A boat in lane 6. They are on opposite sides of the course, but they are going bow ball to bow ball as they hit 250 meters to go in the race. Episcopal Dallas in lane 2, fighting off Conestoga A in lane 6, as it's Narragansett still in third place. But they are being challenged by the fourth place Miami rowing boat in lane 4. Can Conestoga A hold on in lane 6 as there's a big charge from Episcopal Dallas? Conestoga A has responded, but they're stroking hard towards a finish. Episcopal Dallas leaning into their oars. In the final meters, they pass. Episcopal Dallas wins the C final for the men's quad over Conestoga A. Meanwhile, coming in third place, here's Narragansett. In fourth, it's going to be Miami rowing. Fifth will belong to Charlotte Youth, who came back against the Conestoga B boat. Some racing going on in the B final for the men's quad. Just ahead here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships.
And currently racing on the course, we have had a clean start for the B-level final of the men's quad. All boats now at 250 meters, so still pretty early on here. But we have a leader out of lane 1, Malvern Prep coming from Philadelphia, the Philadelphia area in Pennsylvania. And very hot in Steel City. So Steel City, actually, just in the time that I was explaining where Malvern Prep was from, has come into the lead. So again, so early on, these crews are very close to each other. And lots of separation will happen between boats as we progress further down the course. So Steel City coming into that first place position, followed by Malvern Prep out of lane 1. And in third place, we'll move over to lane 3, Norwalk River. Fourth place, we'll move a little bit further inside. That is Long Island Rowing Club out of lane 2. Long Island sitting 4 seats above lane 4 is St. Mark's Academy. So St. Mark's rowing out of lane 4. They're sitting 2 seats above lane 6, Parati from Texas, and Parati sitting in that 6th place position, but still within contact to the rest of the boats. So no open water for anyone yet. Still a lot of overlap. Steel City now extending their lead out to 1 length over Malvern Prep. Malvern Prep still holding on to that 2nd place position, but being pushed by Norwalk River. 750 meters in, and really nice battle here going on for that 2nd place position. So Steel City still holding on to the lead, but for second, it's too close to call between Malvern Prep, Norwalk River, and now St. Mark's. So St. Mark's pushing themselves a little bit farther ahead to come even with both Malvern and Norwalk. 5th place will move over to Long Island Rowing Club, but with Parati right there for 6th. So very tight field here as we come into the halfway point. And Steel City now with open water over the remaining 5 boats.
Steel City out of the Steel City of Pittsburgh, rowing hard right now in the B final for the men's squad. Open water lead. They came out fast. Will they be able to maintain through the center and keep it fast at the end? We'll have to wait and see as they just crossed the 1,000-meter mark. Steel City is in the lead, but there is a pack of hounds right behind them, including right next to them, St. Mark's Academy in lane 4. St. Mark's right there in second right now. It looks like third belongs to Long Island, 4th to Malvern Prep, and 5th to Norwalk River, but there is less than a half a boat length separating those 4 boats. Parati from Texas is trailing the field slightly, but it is Steel City who is in the lead right now. They had an open water lead, but now they've lost that open water lead, as it was St. Mark's just a moment ago, but now Long Island, that is in 2nd place. St. Mark's, that is in 3rd. They are running tight here in the B final for the men's quad at the Youth National Championships. Steel City trying to hold on to their lead right now, but some serious challenges are happening. Steel City had open water, but they are beginning to lose a little bit of their punch as the boats from Long Island and St. Mark's continue to move up on them. Right now, it's really Long Island that's making a big move, and they are now and have reduced that Steel City lead to just half a boat length, and now just a third of a boat length, and with every stroke, getting further and further up to it. St. Mark's, in the meantime, they're in lane 4, right beside Steel City, sticking right with them. They're beginning to spread out slightly. We'll go back and call 4th to Malvern Prep in lane 1, and then Norwalk River will be in 5th in lane 3, with Parati from Texas in lane 6 falling behind. The lead now in the B final for the men's quad belongs to Long Island. Long Island with a half a boat length lead over Steel City. Steel City's losing ground now to St. Mark's. St. Mark's has just taken over 2nd place from Steel City. What a move from Long Island. Long Island is just pouring it on, picking up the pace now as they are 300 meters from the finish line here in the B final for the men's quad at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. And they're not done yet. Long Island continues to pour it on. St. Mark's is now in 2nd place. Steel City in 3rd. But here comes Malvern Prep. Malvern Prep in 4th, beginning to move up. And it's Norwalk River trying to work hard too. But it is St. while Long Island, who's leading the pack as they come down. A tight race in the B final for the men's quad at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. It is quite a show coming down to the finish line. Does somebody have another punch to punch? We'll have to wait and see. Long Island coming down to the line, continuing to pound on the oars. Long Island in the lead here. St. Mark's moving into second. Steel City holding on to third, but watch out. Here comes Norwalk River. Just a few strokes from the end, crossing the finish line first. Long Island wins the B final. Here comes St. Mark's for third. Oh, too close to call between Steel City and Norwalk. And then wow, Malvern Prep and Parati crossing the line. What a finish there in the men's B final here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. They were putting on a show. That was a race, and the grand final coming up next.
You're live. You're live.
And we have just had a start in the grand final for the men's quad with 6 boats underway, currently underway and racing just through the breakage area here. Something of note before we head into placement for where the boats are, Stanford Rowing Club, rowing out of the port of Redwood City, has 2 entries here in the grand final. So truly remarkable for that program to have put 8 of their rowers in a grand final here in the men's quad. Highly competitive event. 2014 U.S. Rowing National Championships. Right now, as we approach the 250-meter mark, our early leader will be Stanford rowing out of lane 1. They're being very closely followed by Seattle Rowing Center in lane 2. So these 2 boats have raced each other a few times throughout the season, so they know their relative speed, and they're gunning for each other right out of the gate. That third place position, we will move over to lane 3, Vashon Island. Vashon Island with 18 entries here at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. So also remarkable for their program located just outside of Seattle. So Vashon sitting in that third place position, bow to stern over our 4th place crew from Brophy Preparatory School, located in Phoenix, Arizona. In the 5th place position, we'll move back inside to lane 4. That is New Canaan, and New Canaan was the champion of this event in 2013. And in the final and 6th place position is Stanford B. So there's that B boat entry, and still within contact to all the rest of the crews, but our top 2 boats have moved away from the remaining field with open water, and our new leader is Seattle Rowing Center. So Seattle Rowing Center sitting 3 seats over Stanford A. Stanford A in second with about a couple inches of open water over Vashon Island. So Vashon still sitting in third. Coming up to the 750-meter mark, Vashon Island with 1 seat of open water over Brophy, and Brophy bow to stern over New Canaan. New Canaan sitting 1 seat over Stanford B. So all boats still very close to each other, 750 meters in. And Seattle Rowing Center stroke seat just looking across at that Stanford boat. Stroke seat sitting on the bow seat of the Stanford A boat. .33 strokes a minute for the Seattle boat. We'll get a stroke rating for Stanford. And Seattle rowing at 32 strokes a minute. Coming up into the halfway point, Vashon still holding on to that 3rd place position. They're followed in 4th by Brophy, and then New Canaan, and in 6th, Stanford B.
Camera 2 is live. Camera 1 is on.
Grand final for the men's quad. Two boats from Stanford in the race. One in second place right now, but it's Seattle Rowing Center in the lead. Vashon Island in third. Brophy in fourth. New Canaan in fifth, and the other Stanford boat, Stanford B, in sixth. This field a little more spread out than the last race, but still Seattle is in the lead here in the grand final for the men's quad. The 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. Beautiful day in Folsom, California. Couldn't ask for a better rowing weather. Beautiful day right now with Seattle Rowing Center in the lead by a boat length and about a foot of open water over the Stanford A boat, one of two Stanford boats in this grand final for the men's quads. Straight ahead, it's going to be the women's lightweight eights racing, the first of the big boats that we'll see today. The C final coming up right after this race. Then the fours will begin to appear as well. But right now we're watching the quads, the scullers, on the course here at Lake Natoma. The Seattle Rowing Center boat looking calm, cool, and collected at this point in the race. Moving past the 500-meter mark, still leading by a boat length and a little open water over the second-place boat, Stanford A. Vashon Island still in third. Have to look back to find Brophy, New Canaan, and Stanford here. The grand final, the six fastest men's quads on the water right now, heading towards that finish line. Seattle Rowing Center boat staying in control right now. Quite a spread on these boats. But Seattle is maintaining their lead over Stanford A. As a matter of fact, they're beginning to really put the power on because now Seattle has quite a lead over Stanford A in second place. It might be a battle for the bronze in this grand final for the men's quad. At the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, Seattle looks like they're in control. Stanford is in second, but who will be in third? Quite a show-off and a showdown shaping up right now between Vashon Island in lane 3, New Canaan in 4, and Brophy in lane 6. But Seattle Rowing Center stroking towards the finish, and the grand final, the gold medal for 2014 in men's quad. The Seattle Rowing Center crossing the finish line first. 2 boat lengths or more ahead of the second place boat, the Stanford A boat in lane 1. Now the battle for the bronze. Vashon Island pouring it on. Vashon Island crossing in third. New Canaan in fourth. And it looks like Brophy in fifth with Stanford B in sixth. The 6 fastest men's quads here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. And you can see that toll on the Stanford B boat as 3 of the 4, well, now 2 of those rowers just spent. You leave it all on the water, especially when it's a championship race. Thumbs up from their competitors.
And the C final currently underway and racing in the women's lightweight 8. So our first 8s race of the day sees 4 crews on the water and approaching 250 meters in. All crews definitely still within contact to each other as they progress up towards the 500-meter line. I'll come back with a race call, see if we can separate them out a bit and get a leader for you. And just past 250 meters, our leader very early on here is Green Lake. Green Lake rowing out of lane 2 has established a 3-seat lead over Detroit. Detroit Rowing Club out in lane 1. Now back by about one length, it is lane 4, Baltimore. Baltimore sitting 2 seats over our 4th place crew, Pittsford. So this is the sea-level final. These ladies racing for places 12 through 15 here at the Youth National Rowing Championships for 2014. All crews approaching the 500-meter mark. Green Lake now extending their lead over Detroit by 6 seats. A little bit open water back to Detroit. It is Baltimore. So Baltimore is still holding 2 seats over Pittsford crew. All crews now past 500 meters. Coming up to 750 meters in, Green Lake continues to hold on to their lead, but not by quite as much as they had right out of the gates here. So just holding 3 seats above Detroit Rowing Club. Detroit, one of the oldest rowing clubs in the country. These top 2 crews doing a fine job here now with 1 length of open water between themselves and Baltimore. Baltimore now even with Pittsford. So 2 different races going on here. Green Lake with Detroit. Detroit now pulling even with Green Lake. And then Pittsford overtaking Baltimore. Pittsford overtaking Baltimore for that 3rd place position. 750 meters in. Green Lake trying hard to pull themselves back into that lead position, but Detroit not letting them. Detroit pulling into the lead here by 1 seat. "1,000 meters to go here. Detroit overtaking the lead from Green Lake with Pittsford in 3rd and Baltimore in 4th.
The first of a number of races with the Big Eights here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. The first of the 8s race today, the women's lightweight 8, just past the halfway mark with a battle between Green Lake in lane 2 and Detroit in lane 1, with Baltimore right now in 3rd place and the Pittsford crew in 4th. Just a little bit of an advantage for Baltimore over Pittsford. But they are open water back from the battle between Green Lake and Detroit that's going on right now. And here comes Detroit. Detroit has responded to the challenge from Green Lake, and now in lane 1, it's Detroit out in the lead. Detroit beginning to walk past the boat from Green Lake. What had been a pretty even race and a lead for Green Lake has diminished as the Detroit boat goes past them at about the 12:50 mark. Green Lake not panicking, though. But there, Coxon does glance over and see that boat from Detroit and say, "Come on, girls, we got some work to do." But Detroit right now trying to make it a full boat-length lead, but Green Lake's not letting them pass. Still about 3 open water boat lengths back to the battle between Pittsford and Baltimore in lanes 3 and 4. But out front, Detroit has taken control in the C final for the women's lightweight 8s here at the Youth National Championships. U.S. Rowing appreciates the support of sponsors like Concept 2 and Croker, the Rudy Project, and Regatta Central, supporting U.S. Rowing and the efforts of the young athletes and the old athletes as well, I should say. Detroit continues to lead, now an open water lead over Green Lake here in the C final for the women's lightweight 8s. As they're inside of 500 meters to go to the finish line, Green Lake had gone out to a lead in the beginning, and Detroit just past the 1,000-meter mark really put it on. And they're not resting because the coxswain for Detroit has just asked for a stroke rate increase, and her crew is responding and pulling away from Green Lake even more. What had been only a 4 to 6 foot open water lead has now been extended. As Detroit stretches towards the finish line, Green Lake is in second, and it's several lengths back to the Baltimore and Pittsford's boats in this women's lightweight 8C final. The field somewhat spread out, but boy, these rowers are working hard as they hit those red buoys with 250 meters to go. Detroit has quite a swing in their boat right now. The stroke begins to pick up the rate, and the rowers behind her respond accordingly. Still with a good lead over Green Lake as the women's lightweight 8C final heads towards the finish line. Detroit in control of this race right now. Green Lake in second, and a battle for third between Pittsford and Baltimore in lanes 3 and 4. But as they come to the finish line, it is Detroit winning the C final for the women's lightweight 8s here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Green Lake crosses the line in second. And here comes the battle for third right now. It looks like Pittsford has the advantage over Baltimore, but still several strokes to go to determine who will finish. But it looks like Pittsford will prevail. Just a few strokes to go, and Pittsford crosses the line in third, and Baltimore in fourth here in the C final for the women's lightweight 8s.
And we have had a start in the B-level final of the women's lightweight 8 with 6 boats currently racing towards 250 meters in. Still lots of contact between all boats. Still in their starting sequence. So those of you that are fairly new to the sport of rowing, I'm sure there are not many of you, but those of you who are not familiar, the first part of the race is spent at a very high stroke weight with short strokes that get the boat up to speed. They're still moving through their starting sequence here and now settling down into their base rate, which will be a much longer stroke and carry them through the body of the race. All boats now at 250 meters, and our leaders will come out of lanes 1 and 2. That is Mount St. Joseph and Sammamish Rowing Association. So Mount St. Joseph with a very slight lead over Sammamish. Mount St. Joseph perhaps with 4 seats over Sammamish. And Sammamish sitting with 7 seats over our third place crew from Bainbridge Island. And Bainbridge, another of the Seattle area crews, currently sitting in that third place position and 7 seats over lanes 4 Greenwich crew. So Greenwich in fourth, 2 seats over New Trier. New Trier in lane 5 has 7 seats over our 6th place crew from Chicago. And Chicago, of note, this is part of the USRA's Row America initiative, and they have just built a brand new beautiful boathouse on the Chicago River. Great to see them here in this petite final of the women's lightweight 8. And all boats now past 500 meters. Mount St. Joseph continuing to hold on to a 3-seat lead now over Sammamish. And Sammamish still sitting 7 seats over Bainbridge Island. So not much movement between crews as we come a little bit further into this race. Mount St. Joseph's being clocked at 33.5 strokes a minute. Get a stroke rating on Sammamish. And Sammamish also at 33. So pacing each other at the 750-meter mark, Mount St. Joseph now extending their lead to 5 seats over Sammamish. Sammamish still sitting 7 seats over Bainbridge Island. And now there's a little bit of open water between 3rd and 4th place. So Bainbridge Island in 3rd, with Greenwich Crew occupying that 4th place position. Greenwich Crew pulling themselves 6 seats ahead of New Trier, and New Trier 6 seats ahead of Chicago. So we'll find our crews here in lane order in terms of their placement at the halfway point. We'll turn it over to Mark for the 1,000-meter call.
You're watching live streaming of the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. The 18th U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships taking place on the West Coast for the first time here at Lake Natoma in Folsom, California. 1,500 high school and junior athletes competing in these events. The petite final for the women's lightweight 8 on the water right now, and pretty much lining up as they are in lanes, with Mount St. Joseph in the lead, Sammamish in second, and Bainbridge Island in third. Little open water back to the Greenwich Crew, New Trier, and Chicago right now. Almost lined up diagonally across the course, but Mount St. Joseph looking good in those flashy purple uniforms. But in the meantime, they only have about a 7-seat lead over the Sammamish boat in lane 2, and Sammamish is beginning to assert themselves as they pass the 750-meter mark. Stroking steady, but these petite finals, the B finals, looking at the 7th through 12th fastest women's lightweight 8s in the nation. That's what's being determined right here on this championship Sunday at the Youth National Championships. Mount St. Joseph continuing to lead over Sammamish. Bainbridge Island in third, Greenwich Crew in fourth. New Trier and Chicago right in that order. And Chicago's begun to walk up on New Trier and challenge for fifth. Greenwich Crew still holding on to fourth, but the front 3 boats are separated by about 6 seats per. However, in lane 3, Bainbridge Island's beginning to pour it on, trying to catch up with the boat from Sammamish, who's trying to catch up with Mount St. Joseph. Mount St. Joseph saw the try for Sammamish to pull up on him, and now Mount St. Joseph is beginning to put the pedal to the metal and stroke hard. They now have they have at least an 8-seat lead, and 9 if you count the coxswain right now, and that coxswain is smacking the gunnels and urging her crew on. In the meantime, Bainbridge Island has begun to make a move on Sammamish, trying to take away second, but it is Mount St. Joseph that is in the lead here in the B final for the women's lightweight 8s.
We're going to go live to the finish. Talk to the finish. In 3, 2, 1, cutting to the finish. Finish line is live.
The crowd begins to cheer the rowers on. Mount St. Joseph trying to fend off a drive from Sammamish and Bainbridge Island. Those are lanes 1, 2, and 3 closest to the beach. Trying to maintain that lead. Mount St. Joseph still holding on. Greenwich Crew right now is in fourth. Chicago in fifth. New Trier in sixth as they hit those red buoys in the 250-meter mark, driving towards the finish line. Mount St. Joseph trying to cling to the lead, but here comes Bainbridge Island challenging Sammamish for second. Another case of it coming down to the line. Who will have that last few strokes of power to hold themselves there? Sammamish making a run on Mount St. Joseph. They're coming down to the finish line. It's still 1, 2, 3, Mount St. Joseph, Sammamish, and Bainbridge Island. Can Mount St. Joe hold on? They're doing it so far. driving towards the finish line. It is Mount St. Joseph winning the B final. Sammamish in second. Bainbridge Island in third. Here comes the fourth place Greenwich Crew with Chicago coming in fifth and New Trier in sixth in the women's lightweight 8 petite final at the 2014 U.S. Rowing National Championships. Here comes
Each other with a very slight, maybe just inches advantage going to lane 1 Long Beach. All boats coming up to the 500-meter mark. And as we come into that 500-meter mark, it is Oakland moving into the lead. They made a big jump there and just took 2 seats on Long Beach. So Oakland establishing themselves as the leader here. Of note is that they have won this event the previous 2 years. So in 2013 and in 2012, they were the gold medal champions in the women's lightweight 8. So now Oakland out in the lead, now by 3 seats over Long Beach. And in that third place position, we've got 3 crews gunning for that spot. We've got Saugatuck in lane 3, Cincinnati Juniors in lane 4, and Community Rowing in lane 5. Too close to call for that third, fourth, or fifth place position. In 6, we'll move over to lane 6, that's Sarasota crew. They are back by a little bit of open water. All crews coming up to 750 meters in, and Oakland now extending their lead to 7 seats over Long Beach. Let's see if we can find a little definition for that third place, that potential bronze medal position here. I'm going to give the advantage to Saugatuck. Saugatuck rowing out of lane 3 with 3 seats over Cincinnati Juniors. Cincinnati Juniors sitting 2 seats over Community Rowing. So Community Rowing in 5th. And watching out for Saugatuck. Saugatuck seeing if they can maybe inch up on Long Beach and cut into that silver medal position. All crews coming up to the halfway point here. Oakland continuing to hold on to a bow to stern advantage over Long Beach. And Long Beach sitting 5 seats over Saugatuck. Saugatuck has a 6-seat advantage over over Cincinnati Juniors, and Cincinnati 6 seats over Community Rowing. In 6th place, it still is Sarasota Rowing. 1,000 meters to go here for the women's lightweight 8s.
The official video broadcast sponsor of U.S. Rowing Events is the Scholastic Rowing Association of America. Thanks to the SRAA to allow the folks who couldn't be here in California to watch their rowers compete in the Youth National Championships to watch at home wherever they are across the country and around the world. The grand final for the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships in the women's lightweight 8, moving down the course right now with Oakland Strokes continuing to be in the lead, and now with an open water advantage over now second place Saugatuck. Saugatuck has taken second place away from Long Beach Juniors as they cross the 750-meter mark to go. That's 750 meters to go in the race. It is Saugatuck now in second over Long Beach. Then back to the Cincinnati Juniors, Community Rowers, and Sarasota in that order. But out front right now, Oakland Strokes with an open water lead over the second place boat from Saugatuck. Open water, but not that much open water, 4 or 5 feet between the stern of Oakland Strokes and the bow of that Saugatuck boat. Meanwhile, about 3 seats behind them, the Long Beach Juniors trying to stick with that lead pack. The Oakland Strokes trained not that far away from here, very familiar with the waters here at Lake Natoma. Wouldn't call it their home water, but they are intimately familiar. Grand final for the women's lightweight 8. 300 meters from the finish with Oakland Strokes in the lead. Saugatuck in second. Long Beach Juniors in third. A little bit of open water back to the Cincinnati Juniors in fourth. Then about half a boat length back to the Community Rowers, and then Sarasota Crew in 6th. But in the lead, reaching for the gold medal here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, Oakland Strokes in the women's lightweight 8, stroking towards the finish with Saugatuck in 2nd and the Long Beach Juniors in 3rd. 100 meters from the finish, Oakland Strokes in the gold medal, but coming up fast, Saugatuck is beginning to bite into their lead. Long Beach Juniors have fell off and are falling back, and the Cincinnati Juniors moving forward. Big, powerful strokes coming up. Oakland Strokes sees the challenge from Saugatuck and continues to pull hard. The gold medal for the national championship in women's lightweight 8. Oakland Strokes crossing the line. Saugatuck gets the silver. Long Beach Juniors the bronze. The Cincinnati Juniors crossing in 4th. Community Rowers in 5th. And here comes the Sarasota Crew as the 6th fastest women's lightweight 8 in the nation at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships.
And we are back in action here with the C-level final for women's Youth 4. These are open weight 4s. And now all crews are past 250 meters. Still within contact of each other, so all boats still within striking range. Not a huge lead here for our leader. But right now, Blair Academy, rowing out of lane 2, has established a very slight lead over the rest of the field. So Blair with 2 seats over lane 3, Miami rowing. Miami rowing with 3 seats over lane 4, Newton Country Day School. The 4th place position will move over to lane 1. That is Atomic Rowing Club. Atomic from Oak Ridge, Tennessee, which was the site of the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. So nice to see them out here on the West Coast. All crews now at 500 meters. In the 5th place position, we move over to lane 5, and that is Twin Cities Youth Rowing. They have a 1-seat advantage over Mile High Rowing from Denver, Colorado. And good race going on right now between Blair and Miami rowing. Those boats dead even with each other and trying to push past each other to establish a lead. I'm going to give a slight advantage right now to Miami, but just barely, just by a bow ball. So Miami taking over that lead spot from Blair Academy. Blair slipping back to 2nd, but with Newton Country Day hot on their heels. So Newton Country looking up to take over that 2nd place spot from Blair. .750 meters here. And in 4th place, Atomic Rowing, still sitting out there in lane 1, holding tight to see if they can stay in contact with those top 3 boats. 5th place still belongs to Twin Cities. Mile High in 6th. And now our new leader is again Blair Academy, so they've pulled themselves back into that lead. They have 3 seats now over Miami rowing, with Newton Country Day slipping back into that 3rd place position. Okay. Atomic Rowing Club still sitting in that 4th place position, but being challenged by Twin Cities rowing out of lane 5. So one of the disadvantages of being in a 4 with a coxswain sitting all the way in the bow is that coxswain has to be very savvy and look up and around to make sure that if there's a crew coming up hot and heavy behind her, that she makes sure she keeps her crew apprised of the situation. So right now, Atomic is being walked on by Twin Cities. Twin Cities doing a really nice job here trying to pull that 4th place position away from Atomic. 6th place still belongs to Mile High. And Blair Academy still holding on to that lead, now extending their lead out bow to stern over both Miami Rowing and Newton Country Day School.
It's the C final for the women's 4s. And with less than half the race to go towards the finish line, Blair continues in 1st place with quite a fight going on between Miami and Newton Country Day for 2nd place. Meanwhile, holding on to 4th is Atomic, with 5th belonging to PNRA Mercer and lane 6 to Westside. But the C finals for the women's 4 here at the National Championships on Olympic Day here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, with the 2004 Olympic gold medalist coxswain Peter Cipollone, London bronze medalist Scott Galt, 2-time Olympic men's singles sculler Ken Jerkowski, London lightweight sculler Julie Nichols, and 3-time Olympic medalist coxswain Mary Whipple here. Look for the rings in the vendors area. Get your picture taken. Get an autograph. Rowing fans, you can do it. Blair continues to lead here in the C final for the women's 4. It's Newton Country Day now in 2nd, and Miami Rowing in 3rd. Miami Rowing had been in 2nd for a while, but Newton Country Day School has moved past him. Atomic holding on to 4th, but beginning to reach up and try to touch those leaders. But in the lead still, it's Blair. 5th still belonging to PNRA Mercer, and 6th to Westside. The U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for 2014, presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism and the Folsom Travel Bureau. Blair continues to lead here in the C final for the women's 4, with Newton Country Day still in 2nd. And Miami Rowing in 3rd, but feeling pressure from Atomic, who has begun to move up. But boy, Blair has exerted themselves, and they are out in the lead with 250 meters to go. The C final with Blair in the lead for the women's 4 C final. Blair in the lead, Newton Country Day in 2nd, and Atomic coming on, fighting for 3rd with Miami Rowing. But PNRA Mercer coming up to Westside in the mix, but it's still Blair in the lead. In lane 2, 2nd place right now belonging to Newton Country Day. PNRA Mercer has moved up and is fighting for 3rd with Atomic. And as they come to the line for the C final in the women's 4, it is Blair in lane 2 in 1st. Newton Country Day in 2nd. Atomic in 3rd. PNRA Mercer in 4th. Miami Rowing in 5th. And crossing the line in 6th, the crew from Westside here in the C final for the women's 4 at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships.
Switching attention to camera one. Camera one.
And currently underway and just past 500 meters, it is the B-level final for the women's Youth 4 at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for 2014. Our leader very early on here is lane 1, Pocock. Pocock has a 4-seat advantage over our lane 3 crew from Mainland High School. So Mainland sitting in that second place position. And then it's a real battle for that third place spot. I'm going to give a very slight advantage to lane 4, St. Louis Rowing Club. St. Louis sitting perhaps half a seat over Twin Cities Youth in lane 2. And Twin Cities really being paced here by lane 5, Austin Rowing Club, and then Mile High. So we've got a lot of crews really cramped right next to each other. But Pocock still holding on to a very slight lead at 750 meters. But with Mainland High School coming up to challenge them, followed by St. Louis. So St. Louis establishing themselves as that third place crew. They're chasing Mainland High School. Mainland still holding 3 seats over St. Louis. And now just 2 seats for Mainland over St. Louis. Pocock still sitting 4 seats over Mainland High School. 4th place position I'm going to give to the Twin Cities boat rowing out of lane 2. Twin Cities perhaps half a seat over lane 6, Mile High. So Mile High sitting in 5th. And Mile High sitting just in front of Austin Rowing Club. Austin in that 6th place position in lane 5. "1,000 meters to go here in the B final. This is the women's Youth 4.
Looking for places 7 through 12 in the women's 4 here at the 2014 Youth National Championships. Pocock continuing to lead, but getting challenged by Mainland and St. Louis. Tight pack here. Probably only about 3 boat lengths between the leader and the last place boat in this race. Very, very tight race coming down to the line. And boy, it is just a lot of dueling that's going on between Pocock, Mainland, St. Louis. Twin Cities is in there. Austin, Mile High as well. Still an advantage for Pocock right now, but not much of an advantage. We're talking maybe 2 feet. And with every stroke, it's going back and forth between Mainland and St. Louis in 2nd and 3rd. Mainland may have just the slightest advantage. You can see the rowers are looking at the competition, the coxswains sizing up what's happening, determining how to influence their rowers. But boy, bow ball to bow ball to bow ball between Pocock, Mainland, and St. Louis right now. St. Louis beginning to apply a little pressure, and they are just a hair ahead. Meantime, Pocock still in 2nd and Mainland in 3rd in this women's 4B final, the petite final for the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Some exciting racing has already happened today. Plenty happening right now as St. Louis applies some pressure to the blades and pulls ahead. First place here in this petite final. Mainland in 2nd, Pocock in 3rd right now, but that's 2nd and 3rd place. A tight race. Actually, Pocock putting the pressure on now, and they're coming back. After seeing St. Louis move ahead, they're coming back as well. 500 meters to go in the petite final for the women's 4. Look at St. Louis move. St. Louis now about a half a boat length ahead of the boat from Pocock that had been leading most of the race. Mainland still right in the pack as well, and there's still Twin Cities and Austin and Mile High in the mix, though trailing slightly behind those leading 3 boats. Strategy, energy, knowing when you have it and when you don't. And look at St. Louis begin to take off. St. Louis now really exerting themselves. And St. Louis in lane 4, pulling ahead of the boat from Pocock in lane 1 that's in second place. Mainland in lane 3 is still in third. But boy, St. Louis is pulling hard and pulling fast. In the meantime, Pocock is trying to keep up with them as they are 250 meters from the finish. It's St. Louis pulling ahead here in the petite final for the women's 4, trying to win the B final to be the 7th fastest boat in the nation. St. Louis pulling hard and pulling fast. A 100 meters to go. Pocock beginning to sprint as well, but St. Louis trying to hold on to the lead. Look at these boats stretching across the course right now. It's only St. Louis that looks to have an advantage. The other 5 boats in the race, hard to call right now. Coming down to the finish here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships in the B final for the women's 4. It's St. Louis edging out Pocock third.
Okay. See. Go to YouTube and stop the stream. Like that. And stop.
And stop doing that, just got a whole new. No.
Over here. What do we do? Somebody look up what's happening. You're streaming. Check it out. Check and see if it's going.
Good.
No, check and see if it's going. Give me a camera. Give me a camera. Give me camera 2. Camera 2.
The women's 4 grand final for the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships is on the course. Approaching the marks for 500 meters to go. Deerfield in lane 1, River City in lane 2, Pacific in lane 3, Holy Names in lane 4, Albany in lane 5, and Saugatuck in lane 6. But out in front, in lane number 1, it is Deerfield, looking for that gold medal here in the women's 4, about a boat length lead over River City in lane 2 right now. They have a little bit of open water over the boat from Pacific. So it's Deerfield in first, Pacific in second, River City in third. Racing for the gold in the women's 4 grand final here. Holy Names right now is in fourth. Fifth belongs to Saugatuck and sixth to Albany. Going for the gold. Deerfield in the lead right now, but we've seen many instances where it's all decided in the final 50 meters. We'll have to see what happens here, but Deerfield in the lead by a boat length in a little open water, looking for that gold in the women's 4. Deerfield leaving Pacific right now, River City in third. 250 meters to go. Pacific in second, trying to pursue the Deerfield boat. River City in third, being pursued by Holy Names. It's Saugatuck in fifth right now, and Albany in sixth. But Deerfield working hard to maintain that lead, looking for the gold here in the women's 4 at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. Deerfield just 50 meters from a gold medal here at the National Championships. And here comes River City trying to overtake Pacific, but it's Deerfield crossing the line first for the gold medal. National champions in the women's 4. Pacific is silver. River City, bronze, followed closely by Holy Names. Then it's Saugatuck in fifth, crossing the finish line, and the sixth fastest women's 4 boat in the nation is Saugatuck.
And back to the racing action here in the sea-level final for the men's lightweight youth 4. So none of these gentlemen over 150 pounds, which is a new rule for this year, having dropped down by 10 to 15 pounds for this event. All boats now at 500 meters in. Our leader is Miami Rowing out of lane 2. Miami Rowing has a bow to stern advantage over lane 3, Port Rowing. And Port Rowing has about a stern advantage over our third place crew in lane 1, Sagamore Rowing Association. In that fourth place position, we'll move over to lane 4. That is Gainesville Rowing Association. They have a bit of open water over our fifth place team, Mile High Rowing Club. Mile High in lane 5. In the sixth place position, we're going to move over to lane 8. That is River Rowing. River Rowing with 1 seat over Texas Rowing, and Texas Rowing 1 seat over Wilmington Youth. But now our leader has switched up. We're going to go back to lane 3. That is Port Rowing. They have overtaken Miami for that lead. So Port Rowing coming in to a 4-seat lead over Miami as we come up to 750 meters in. Third place still belongs to Sagamore. Back to them, bow to stern, is Gainesville Rowing in that 4th place position. So 8 crews on the course, lots of action going on out here. We'll turn it over to Mark at the 1,000-meter line to pick up the race call.
The men's lightweight 4, just a little more than halfway through the race, with Miami continuing to lead here in the C final. Port Rowing beginning to exert themselves and taking over first from Miami Rowing. So Port Rowing leading here in the C final. Sagamore in second, and Miami now having dropped back to third. Open water back to the 4th place boat. That's still Gainesville. Mile High in 5th. And River Rowing in 6th, with Texas Rowing and Wilmington rounding out this 8-boat field for the men's lightweight 4C final. The Scholastic Rowing Association of America is the official video broadcast sponsor of U.S. rowing events. And presenting sponsor here for the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism, and the city of Folsom. The Sagamore has pulled ahead now of Port Rowing. Miami still in third here in the men's lightweight 4C final. Then Gainesville, Mile High, River Rowing, Texas Rowing, and Wilmington rounding out the field, but quite a battle closest to the shore here in the C final, with Sagamore beginning to pour it on and with a 4-seed lead over the second place boat from Port Rowing. Port Rowing had been leading early, then gave way to Miami Rowing, who made a big move, but then it was Sagamore who came back and really put themselves to the test and came out. Right now it's beginning to spread out. Sagamore in the lead, Port Rowing in second, Miami in third, Gainesville in fourth.
Okay, no, we're back. All right, we're going to go to finish line. Finish line camera.
250 meters left in this C final. 8 boats, so quite a bit of manpower on the course right now in these men's lightweight fours. But the battle between Port Rowing and Lane 3 and Sagamore has now yielded Sagamore as the leader. Miami, who had been in the mix for a while, has begun to fall back, and they're losing ground to both Gainesville and Mile High. But Sagamore heading towards the finish line with a full boat length lead over the second place boat from Port Rowing. Looks like Gainesville's made some room back on Miami, but Miami is trying to fend off that thing. But crossing the line first, Sagamore wins the men's lightweight 4C final. Port Rowing in second, and here comes Miami for third, holding off a drive from Gainesville. Gainesville in fourth, Mile High in fifth, with Wilmington in sixth, and looks like quite a battle for seventh there. Hard to call from here between Texas Rowing and River Rowing.
The B-level final for the men's lightweight Youth 4 is underway and past 250 meters here at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for 2014. Our leader very early on in this event is Skyline Crew out of lane 2, but being challenged by Waylon Weston in lane 3. Waylon Weston looking to pull even and overtake Skyline for that lead. Again, very early on here in the race, so we're just calling positions that will surely change as we progress a little bit further up in this race. In that third place position, it is Cincinnati Junior Crew rowing out of lane 1. Cincinnati, the victor in this event in 2012, so very strong in these small boats and currently sitting in that third place position. In fourth place, we'll move over to lane 5. That is the Princeton National Rowing Association and Mercer. We'll call them Mercer going forward, but Mercer sitting in that fourth place spot, sitting one seat over lane 4, Brookline High School. So Brookline sitting in fifth, and they have bow to stern over lane 6, Everett Rowing Association, just outside of the Seattle area. And now Waylon Weston has pulled into a pretty solid lead here with 3 seats over Skyline. Skyline sitting in second, but being paced by Cincinnati Juniors. And then with Mercer hot on their heels. So really nice racing here from these top 5 boats. That 5th place position does still belong to Brookline High School out of lane 4. And then back by half a length of open water, it is Everett in that 6th place position. 750 meters in, Waylon Weston with the lead. And now Cincinnati moving into that second place spot. Cincinnati here in second place by 2 seats. over Skyline Crew. And Skyline looking over their starboard side at lane 5, Mercer looking to try and pull even with Skyline for that third place spot, as well as Brookline High School. So really tight racing here for that third or fourth place position.
The B finals have been quite exciting today, and it appears that this will be much the same as the racers cross the halfway point in the B final for the men's lightweight fours. Waylon Weston out in the lead, but a tight pack here. Waylon Weston, Skyline, Cincinnati Juniors, Mercer, all in the mix. Mercer and also Brookline and Everett rowing, but they're a wee bit off track. But out in front right now, it is a battle between the Cincinnati Juniors in lane 1 and Waylon Weston in lane 3. As a matter of fact, the Cincinnati Juniors are on the move, and they have just captured the lead just past the halfway point. They have got the lead and about a seat advantage over the boat from Waylon Weston. The pack beginning to sort itself out slightly as they pass through 1,250 meters into the race. Looks like Brookline is moving into the mix as well, but Cincinnati Juniors in the lead. Waylon Weston in second and Brookline in third for the moment. Skyline, that was looking good, has fell off the pace some, but PNRA Mercer is also trying to maintain contact with that front pack. It's Brookline being the mover and shaker right now, but Cincinnati Juniors are holding on to the lead here in the petite final for the men's lightweight fours. They have about a half a deck length lead over the Waylon Weston boat in lane 3, with Brookline stalking them in lane 4 right now. You can see one of the Cincinnati junior rowers keeping an eye on that boat from Waylon Weston across the way. Brookline in third right now, beginning to walk up on that Waylon Weston boat as well. That bow very prominent in the side of the stroke for the Waylon Weston boat. In the meantime, Skyline trying to stay in the mix, and PNRA Mercer in touch with the front leaders as well. But out front, it is the Cincinnati Juniors. Cincinnati Juniors with a 2-seed lead over Waylon Weston here in the B final for the men's lightweight fours at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. Cincinnati Juniors continue to pour it on, and they are pulling away from the boat from Waylon Weston. In the meantime, Brookline beginning to ease up on Waylon Weston as well, as they are 250 meters from the finish. The crew's battling a slight headwind here on Lake Natoma today. What they call the Delta winds here in Sacramento beginning to blow. The Cincinnati Juniors continuing to power towards the finish line. Waylon Weston has anything left, they may try to catch him, but look at these four boats going across right here. Cincinnati Juniors in first, Waylon Weston in second. Brookline in third right now. PNRA Mercer in the mix as well. And it looks like Waylon Weston's trying to make a move on the juniors, but the juniors begin to pull with more power and surge forward at the finish. It's the Cincinnati Juniors winning the B final, followed by Waylon Weston. Then Brookline, Mercer, Skyline, and coming up in the B final in sixth, the Everett Rowing Association and lane 6 here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. On to the grand final of the lightweight fours coming up in just a moment. But boy, what a race it was there, with a tight pack at the beginning, a little spread that comes along, but that's the way rowing is. And I know how frustrating it is for some coaches knowing they're laying out that strategy and when hoping that those rowers who are alone at the start will execute that strategy the coaches laid out so carefully. It's Olympic Day here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Mary Whipple, the three-time Olympic medalist coxswain, is here, as is the London lightweight sculler Julie Nichols, the two-time Olympic single sculler Ken Czerkowski, and Peter Cipollone, here, the 2004 gold medalist coxswain. But here, all back at the start at Lake Natoma, it's the men's lightweight 4 grand final getting underway.
Here at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for 2014. We have 6 boats on the course, and right now there's very little separation between boats. No clear leader has been established as of yet, so all boats still within contact of each other as they come past the 250-meter line. I'm going to go ahead and give an advantage to our first 2 lanes. That is NorCal crew with a slight lead over Los Gatos Rowing Club, and Los Gatos with a lead over lane 3, Capital crew. Now, Capital sitting right next to Mountain Lakes from New Jersey and Bell and Jesuit. They are even, so bow ball straight across, and in that 6th place position is lane 6, Norwalk River. So it's shaken out a little bit here as we come up to 500 meters in. NorCal, the leader, with 2 seats now over Los Gatos, and Los Gatos sitting bow to stern over Mountain Lakes. Mountain Lakes with a very slight lead, just about a half a seat over Capital. Bell and Jesuit sitting right there in that 5th place position. They are sitting bow to stern over Norwalk River. And NorCal coming into this big headwind here with their lightweight bodies. They've got to make sure that their catches are quick and direct to the water. They don't have a whole lot of weight to throw around, so they're really having to rely on their length and power through the water. And NorCal doing a really nice job of that, being clocked at 33 strokes a minute. So they've pulled themselves up to a 4-seat advantage over Los Gatos, and Los Gatos is now sitting 4 seats over Capital. Capital moving into that 3rd place position at 750 meters. Capital in 3rd, sitting 4 seats above Mountain Lakes. Mountain Lakes sitting bow to stern over Bell and Jesuit, but with Norwalk River right there next to them. So we find our crews right now in lane order. It is NorCal for the lead, followed right next to them is Los Gatos, and then Capital, the hometown team, training every day on this lake, followed by Mountain Lakes, and then Bell and Jesuit, and Norwalk River.
Looking for the gold medal for the men's lightweight 4, the grand final here. Right now, NorCal in not a commanding lead, but a fair lead. With the 2nd place Los Gatos still in touch with them by just a deck back, and just a deck back from them, it's the Capital crew. Boat length back, it's Mountain Lakes, and then Bell and Jesuit and Norwalk River dueling it out for 5th place right now, but a lot of water to go in this race for the gold medal in the men's lightweight 4 here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Adrian talking about those headwinds, especially about the halfway point in the course, causing some issues, but it seems these lightweights aren't having any trouble with that whatsoever right now. NorCal crew continuing to lead, now breaking open a little open water as it seems Los Gatos is staggering a little because it's the Capital crew beginning to move up a little bit on Los Gatos. Meanwhile, Mountain Lakes maintaining contact right there, too, and just a little ways back to Balin Jesuit, Norwalk River. Kind of stacked across the course, but NorCal continuing to lead. It doesn't take a lot of room or many strokes for the race to change, so we'll have to see how this all works out right now. As NorCal begins to apply some power strokes there and continues to pull away from the rest of the pack. Los Gatos still in second. And it does appear now that Norwalk River has pulled ahead of Balin Jesuit there in lanes 5 and 6 for 5th and 6th respectively. Less than 500 meters to go with NorCal continuing to drive towards the finish line in the gold medal. The national title for men's lightweight 4 on the line. They've opened up almost 10 meters of water between their stern and the bow of the second place Los Gatos boat. Los Gatos, in the meantime, has begun to separate from the third place boat of Capital. Mountain Lakes is battling Capital there, but they're stacked up right across the course, heading towards the finish line. Can NorCal hold on? "200 meters from the finish. 200 meters from the gold. Little backsplash, but they're still digging deep. Here comes Capital. Capital beginning to make a move on Los Gatos. Looking for the silver, maybe even the gold, trying to come back. NorCal staying calm, cool, and collected. 50 meters from the finish, NorCal still in the lead. Capital pushing and trying to catch up with Los Gatos, but Los Gatos holding on to second. But NorCal stroking towards the finish. NorCal wins the gold in the men's lightweight 4s at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. It's Los Gatos getting silver, bronze going to Capital. Norwalk River making a big move and coming in 4th. Mountain Lakes in 5th. And Balin Jesuit in it for a time, crossing the finish line in 6th for the men's lightweight 4s. What a race there in awards for events 9 through 13. The awards ceremony taking place in about 5 minutes. And remember that videos of individual races will be available from U.S. Rowing in about a week, and some of these races will be keepers, guaranteed.
And currently underway and approaching the 500-meter line is the sea level final for the men's open weight Youth 4. We do have 8 boats on the water again, so we'll try and keep track of where everyone is and update you as anything changes. But we do have an early leader here out of lane 2, Sarasota Crew. Sarasota sitting 2 seats above Miami Rowing in lane 1. And these top 2 boats have established a little bit of open water over the remaining 6 boats. That 3rd place position will move over to lane 6. That is Row America Rye. So Row America Rye sitting in that 3rd place position right in the center of the course. And they have a couple of seats on lane 7. That is Community Rowing from Boston. Community Rowing from Boston, if we look straight across, they are also being challenged by Upper Arlington in lane 5. And then South Jersey Rowing Club in lane 4. Now back in that 7th place position, we'll move over to lane 3. That is Rye High School. And then there's lane 8, which is White Rock. So big crab here in the Row America Rye boat. Very, very unfortunate as those guys were in that 3rd place position. So we'll see if that adrenaline can get them back up and running. Oftentimes what a coxswain will do is actually call another start to get them back up to speed. So very unfortunate for that crew, but it looks like they're rowing cleanly again. They stayed within their lane and they're back and in it. So back to the leaders. It is Miami Rowing that's pulled themselves into that lead position with just a couple of seats over Sarasota. And that has made the crew from Upper Arlington surge into that third place position. So lane 5 surging into third place, followed by lane 4, South Jersey Rowing Club. So South Jersey in 4th place. In 5th, it is Community Rowing. Community Rowing followed by Rye High School in lane 3. And then finally Row America Rye in 7th place, and in 8th it is White Rock.
A 1,000 meters to go in the men's 4C final here at the National Championships. Things can change quickly in a race, as witness there the Row America Rye crew catching a crab. Technique is as important as that strength in the sport of rowing, and demands the sport makes on these young athletes. It's really the strength and training and being able to have that stamina, but also being able to maintain your mental state throughout the race and keep focused in the boat. Miami Rowing continuing to lead in this men's 4C final, but just barely over the Sarasota crew in lane 2. I mean, we're talking maybe 3 feet tops. Upper Arlington continuing to hold on to third place out in lane 5. But out front, it is Miami and Sarasota, with Miami being up about 2 seats, but Upper Arlington lurking right behind them, about a boat length behind those front 2 boats. And then it's
Chips coming down to the finish line. Miami continuing to hold on to first. Upper Arlington beginning to make a move. Upper Arlington beginning to catch up and pass Sarasota. Who will it be at the line? A big surge from Miami. Miami taking first here. It's Sarasota in second. Upper Arlington can't catch up with them. They're in third. Rye in fourth. Community Rowers in fifth. South Jersey in sixth. White Rock in seventh. And the boat that got the grab there, Row America Rye in lane 6.
Coming up on the 250-meter mark here in the B-level final for the men's Youth 4 at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for 2014. Just past the 250-meter line, our leader is coming out of lane 1. That is Camp Randall. Camp Randall rowing right near the University of Wisconsin in Madison, Wisconsin. They have a 3-seat lead over lane 4, Mount Baker. Mount Baker, one of the Seattle area crews. And Mount Baker looks to be even with lane 2, Bainbridge Island. And Bainbridge, just as I was saying that, pulling themselves over Mount Baker. So Bainbridge moving into that second place position with Mount Baker dropping back to third. So a lot of change-up will happen as we get further down the course. In that 4th place position, we will move over to lane 6. That is Commencement Bay. Commencement Bay located in Tacoma, Washington, in the beautiful Puget Sound area of Washington. So Commencement Bay moving themselves into 4th place at 500 meters in. In the 5th place position, we'll move over to lane 3. That is Three Rivers Rowing Association, located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They have 1 seat over Mountain Lakes in lane 5. But Camp Randall still holding on to the lead with 4 seats over Bainbridge. And now Mount Baker slipping back into 4th place as we see Commencement Bay taking over that 3rd place position. So Commencement Bay moving into 3rd, just by about a half a seat over Mount Baker. All crews coming up to the 750-meter mark. Camp Randall still holding on to that lead with 4 seats now over Bainbridge Island, and Bainbridge Island sitting bow to stern over both Mount Baker and Commencement Bay. So Mount Baker and Commencement Bay even. Fifth place still belongs to Three Rivers, just by about 2 seats now over Mountain Lakes. Mountain Lakes sitting in that 6th place position. Really nice battle here between Mount Baker and Commencement Bay. Surely they've raced each other several times this season, and so they know each other's race plan. And with Bainbridge Island out there just in front, they're pushing each other a little bit faster down the course as we come to the halfway point.
And 1,000 meters in, it is Cam Brandel continuing to lead by nearly a boat length over Bainbridge Island. Bainbridge Island maintaining contact here in the petite final for the men's 4. The coxswain for the Cam Brandel boat with her elbows on the gunnels, keeping track of all the competition in the lanes to her right. Mount Baker and Commencement Bay in the lanes 4 and 6 respectively continue to battle for that 3rd place spot, with Three Rivers in 5th and Mountain Lakes in 6th still. The petite final for the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. Crossing the 750 meters to go mark, with Cam Brandel continuing to lead, Bainbridge Island doggedly hanging on to their stern. And a fight for 3rd, a swap between Mount Baker and Commencement Bay at any given point in time. But it is Cam Brandel beginning to apply the pressure as Bainbridge Island continues to stick to their stern. It looks like Mount Baker has the advantage, being in 3rd right now in this B final for the men's 4. A lot of work, a lot of practice, a lot of discipline to make it to this point. These young rowers competing all weekend are at their peak performance, trying to do their best to be ranked as high as they can nationally. Cam Brandel continuing to lead, Bainbridge Island in 2nd. A fight for 3rd between Mount Baker and Commencement Bay here in this B final, with Three Rivers and Mountain Lakes trailing the field. 300 meters to go to the finish, with the grand final for the men's 4 coming up in just a moment, with Pacific and Belmont Hill, Deerfield, Newport, Westerville, and Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough competing for the gold, silver, and bronze medals. But right now, 250 meters to go. Cam Brandel continues to lead Bainbridge Island, with a battle between Mount Baker and Commencement Bay, and then Three Rivers and Mountain Lakes in this B final. But Commencement Bay has begun to pull ahead. But you never know how it's going to end until you get to the end. Cam Brandel, they've been leading for most of the race and continue to lead. Bainbridge Island a boat length behind them. Will they have a surge? We'll have to wait and see. But Cam Brandel heading towards the finish line here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, in the lead here in the petite final. And crossing the finish line first. In the meantime, Bainbridge Island continues to surge and will come in 2nd, with a big push from Mount Baker, and Mount Baker captures 3rd. 4th goes to Commencement Bay, 5th to Three Rivers, and 6th to Mountain Lakes here in the B final. The grand final, the men's 4s straight ahead, then the women's lightweight 4s, And then the eights hit the water here at Lake Natoma. The national championships, the last race of the seasons for some of these crews, and how satisfying to win your last race. Congratulations to Camp Randall there for winning the B final in the men's fours.
And we have had a quick start here in the grand final for the men's Youth 4 at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for 2014. All crews now approaching the 250-meter line, and all still within contact with each other. The bow ball all the way across. We'll wait a few strokes to see if we have a leader established. But right now there is very little separation. Right now I'm going to make the race call here for our leader coming out of lane 2. That is Belmont Hill. Very slight lead for Belmont Hill over lane 1, Pacific, and lane 3, Deerfield Academy. So Deerfield Academy won this event in 2012. They're a private high school in Massachusetts, and they have students representing 42 states and 37 countries according to their information packet. So you can imagine the talent pool that they have to draw from. Very competitive here. And they have actually moved into the lead, just as I've said that little snippet of information. So Deerfield taking over the lead from Belmont, and Belmont sitting in second with Pacific in third, and Newport right there even with Pacific. So Newport Aquatic Center and Pacific even for that third or fourth place spot. Now back by one length in the fifth place spot, it is Westerville from Ohio, and they're in lane 5. They've got a little bit of open water over our sixth place crew from Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. They row in Harvard, Massachusetts on the Charles River. So really tight racing here as we come to 750 meters in. Really too close to call for that lead spot, but very slight advantage is still going to go to Deerfield with Newport even with them. So Newport and Deerfield pushing themselves ahead. Belmont Hill slipping back to third, and Pacific in fourth. 750 meters. We've got Westerville in fifth, Bromfield in sixth, Deerfield and Newport Aquatic Center even. Boats coming to the halfway point. Newport and Deerfield pulling the same stroke rating, pacing each other. Coxswains looking across, matching each other at the rate, and pacing each other as they come to the halfway point. Belmont Hill in third. They have 3 seats over Pacific in fourth, and back by 1 seat of open water in fifth place, it is Westerville. Sixth place belongs to Bromfield, and we'll turn it over to Mark for the halfway point.
A cacophony of coxswains at the halfway point, urging their rowers on as Deerfield continues to lead here in the grand final for the men's 4. But boy, it is not a done race by any means, with Belmont Hill and Newport right there in the mix. Pacific right there. Westerville just off the pace, but just about a boat length back. Plus Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough well off the pace, so they are trailing the pack. But a pack of 4 boats here for the grand final for the men's 4. Deerfield is in first, and now it looks like Pacific's made a move. Pacific has now taken over second here in the men's 4 grand final, and a fight for third shaping up between Belmont Hill and Newport. Deerfield trying to hold on to the lead, but boy, they are getting pressed quite a bit. The Coxsons yelling back and forth. Deerfield is now trying to fend off Pacific. Pacific has now pushed their bow ball just ahead of Deerfield's. Stamina, technique, strength, all at play here in the national championship for the men's 4. Winner taking home the national title, the gold medal. Deerfield continuing to battle with Pacific for the lead. Belmont Hill and Newport battling it out. Obviously, the Deerfield Coxsons called for some changes because they have surged back into the lead. Maybe a half a stroke length lead at the 500 meters to go mark. Deerfield in front, just barely, with now Belmont Hill making a move. Belmont Hill now in second. Just that fast, things change. 1, 2, 3 is Deerfield, Belmont Hill, and Pacific. Newport is going back just a bit, but 1, 2, 3 lanes, 1, 2, 3 lined up there. Belmont Hill has begun to press ahead. Belmont Hill is in the lead right now here in the grand final for the men's 4. Belmont Hill making a strong move and pulling ahead, but still right there, Deerfield and Pacific. Newport Aquatic Centers fell back slightly, but we'll have to see how that all shakes out. But boy, what a battle in the front. Deerfield back in the lead. Deerfield, Belmont Hill, and Pacific going at it big time. 250 meters to go. The championship on the line for the men's 4 at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. A battle between Pacific, Belmont Hill, and Deerfield with Newport, Westerville, and Bromfeld, Acton, Boxborough in this race. But Westerville and Bromfeld, Acton, Boxborough in 5th and 6th right now. We'll have to see how it's going to work out right here. Newport had been in the mix for a while, but right now it's a 3-way fight between Deerfield, Belmont Hill, and Pacific. Coming to the line, bow ball to bow ball. A big surge from Pacific, just short of the finish line. It's Pacific winning. It's Belmont Hill in second. Deerfield, who had led so much of the race, gets the bronze. In 4th, Newport Aquatic Center. Crossing the line in 5th here in the grand final, it's Westerville. And in 6th in the men's 4 at U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships in the men's 4, Bromfeld, Acton, Boxborough in 6th. What a race that was. What excitement. And look at these rowers feeling the effects of this intense racing, laid out on their boats, but still cheering and congratulating each other. The Coxsons turning around to be part of the celebration. But what a surge from Pacific to take the gold here at the Youth National Championships. What a race going on here. The lightweight 4 is coming up in just a moment, but Deerfield, having led most of the race, battling off Belmont Hill and Newport and Pacific, and still fighting for it. Just amazing racing here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism here at the Sacramento State Aquatic Center.
We are underway with racing in the C-level final for the women's lightweight youth 4. All boats are at we are already at 500 meters here. And our early leader is lane 4. That is Port Rowing Association. Port and and Upper Arlington in lane 1, very close to each other along with lane 5, Milwaukee. That 4th place position will move over to the inside. That is lane 2, Dayton Rowing Association. So Dayton with a very slight lead over Dublin Crew in the beautiful green unisuits in lane 3. And in our 6th place position, we'll go to lane 6, Arch City Rowing Association from Westerville, Ohio, one of the newest rowing clubs in Midwest Ohio. And pushing themselves out in front, Milwaukee in the lead, very slight lead here over Upper Arlington in lane 1. So Upper Arlington in 2nd. And in that 3rd solid position, it is lane 4, Port Rowing. So Port Rowing pulling themselves bow to stern over Dublin Crew. Dublin Crew getting into that 4th place position by 1 seat over Dayton. And Arch City still holding on to that 6th place position, but still within contact to the 5th and 4th place crews. All boats approaching the halfway point. This is the sea level final for the women's lightweight Youth 4.
I just knew it was for me because it was my friend, so that's funny. That made me laugh.
C final with the women's lightweight 4s here. At the halfway point, it is Milwaukee who is in the lead. And holding on, but being paced in lane 1 by Upper Arlington and followed in lane 4 by Port Rowing. Meanwhile, Dayton and Dublin Crew in the mix, in contact with those leaders, and well off the pace is Arch City Rowing in lane 6 at this point, but things can change as it goes along. But back out, it is still Milwaukee in the lead, but being challenged by Upper Arlington in lane 1. Right now, it appears that Milwaukee has about a 4-seat lead over Upper Arlington. But boy, that Milwaukee coxswain is paying attention to what's happening over there in lane 1 as they cross the 750 meter to go mark. The field in the C final for the women's lightweight 4 beginning to spread out. Milwaukee trying to maintain that lead. Upper Arlington from Columbus, Ohio, beginning to pace them. And beginning to move up slightly. Approaching 500 meters to go, usually the point many of these crews begin to make their big move. We'll have to see what happens here in this race. The women's lightweight C final for the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Champions. That's lightweight 4, I should say, with Milwaukee in the lead right now. Upper Arlington in second. Dublin Crew and Dayton. Port Rowing in the mix. Arch City Rowing trailing. Dayton and the Dublin Crew fairly close together in this C final at this point. But out front, it is Milwaukee looking towards the finish line. 300 meters to go. You're watching live streaming of the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism and hosted by the Sacramento State Aquatic Center. Beautiful setting here at Lake Natoma to have these competitors going head to head. Milwaukee continuing to lead, Upper Arlington in second. Port Rowing in third at this point right now, with Dublin, Dayton, and Arch City Rowing in that order. .30 meters to go to the finish. Milwaukee looks like they're going to win the C final for the women's lightweight fours. Upper Arlington in second. Port Rowing in third. It appears Dublin will be holding on for fourth, though Dayton is beginning to move up slightly on them. And Arch City Rowing actually might be giving Dayton a run for their money, but here at the finish, it is Dublin Crew in lane 3 coming in fourth, Dayton in fifth, and Arch City Rowing in sixth for the C final of the women's lightweight fours.
Each other. Boat's just about at the 500-meter mark, and Waylon Weston has about a seat of open water over Vashon Island. A little bit of a headwind here and slowing these boats down, so they've got to be really careful with their blade work, not to square up too early, but making sure that they have the most direct catches they can, getting those blades into the water and buried as soon as they can, really capitalizing on their length and their strength through the water, because the wind is definitely not going to help that boat speed up. So the best crews that you'll see today are the ones with the best blade work, obviously with the best fitness and technique, but the blade work really helps. And Waylon Weston doing a very nice job here out in front by a half a boat length of open water over Vashon. Now Vashon is holding a 2-seat lead over Miami Rowing. Miami in third and looking to pull even with Vashon before they get to that halfway point. In fourth place, it is lane 5, Arlington Belmont, just by about 1 seat over Saugatuck in lane 3. .750 meters in. Waylon Weston from Massachusetts continuing to hold on to that lead here in this B-level final. So these ladies racing for places 7 through 11 in the women's lightweight youth 4. And now Miami taking over that second place position from Vashon. Vashon slipping back into third, but just barely. Their coxswain looking across at the Miami boat, hoping to take back that second place position and inch themselves a little bit further ahead. But Miami right now in that second place spot, Vashon in third, and now Saugatuck in fourth. Arlington Belmont slipping back into fifth. Boats coming up to 1,000 meters to go.
Camera 2 is live, camera 1 is off. Golf is up there? Are they still doing it? Yeah, they're doing the singles that are missing.
Here on this championship Sunday, it's Olympic Day here at the Youth National Championships with rowing Olympians Peter Cipollone, Scott Galt, Peter Jakowski, Mary Whipple, Julie Nichols, all here signing autographs and getting pictures taken with the young rowers. U.S. rowing sponsors and partners include the National Rowing Foundation and the United States Olympic Committee. This is the B final, women's lightweight fours. And it is Waylon Weston who is well out in front for the moment, with Miami Rowing and Saugatuck following them close behind. The lightweight fours here in the B final, as you heard Adrian talk about, the headwind on this race is a little bit difficult for the rowers to deal with, so they are actually being slowed down. The lightweights not having the body mass to move these boats as fast forward as they'd like to when they're getting resistance from the wind. The lightweight fours here, the final smaller boat races. The big eights coming up, the men's lightweights, the women's eights, and the men's eights coming up. But Waylon Weston continues to be in the lead for the B final, the petite final, in the women's lightweight fours at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for 2014. Saugatuck in second, being pursued by Miami Rowing in third. 500 meters to go. Vashon Island trying to catch up. Arlington Belmont crew here in the mix, Pacific as well, out in lane one. But Waylon Weston is the one who is winning the race so far. Because of the broad nature of the oar blade, sometimes the wind can be tricky for rowers' techniques. That and a little bit of chop on the water. There's not much chop here. The water's pretty flat, but it can, the bottom of the blade as they are recovering, can sometimes catch the surface of the water and cause some issues. Waylon Weston continuing to lead, with Saugatuck in second, Miami in third here in the petite final for the women's lightweight fours. 250 meters to go. Waylon Weston, that distinctive orange, continuing to lead. So Waylon Weston pushing towards the finish, with Saugatuck pursuing. Miami Rowing fighting it out for really second with them. Vashon Island then in fourth. And Arlington Belmont crew in fifth. But at the finish, here in the B final for the women's lightweight fours, Waylon Weston will be the seventh fastest women's lightweight four in the nation. In second, it's Saugatuck. And third, it's Miami. Fourth belongs to Vashon Island. And fifth to the Arlington Belmont crew.
And here we are with the grand final for the women's lightweight youth four at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. And right now we'll find our crews in lane order. Right now Manhasset, the defending champion 2 years running in this event, is our leader with a 4-seat lead over OKC Riversport. OKC Riversport from Oklahoma with 4 seats over Long Beach, and Long Beach Juniors with 4 seats over PNRA Mercer. And now in that 5th place position, it is actually lane 6. That is Holy Names Academy. They have 3 seats over our 6th place crew, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. All crews now at 500 meters. Manhasset continuing to hold on to that 4-seat lead over OKC Riversport. But it's going to be a good battle here for that 3rd place as Long Beach Mercer and Holy Names vie for that third place spot and perhaps that bronze medal. Holy Names putting on a big push here, attempting to pull even with Mercer. And they have done it maybe just a little bit ahead and now trying to pull even with Long Beach. So Long Beach still holding on to that third place position, but that Coxon looking over the starboard side, she sees that Holy Names is making that move and that boat is now surging. So Long Beach pulling solidly into that third place position with 2 seats over Holy Names, 2 to 3 seats for Long Beach over Holy Names. Holy Names and Mercer look to be even. Braunfield in 6th. And Manhasset still holding on to the lead at 750 meters in. Same positioning here, holding 4 seats over OKC Riversport. OKC Riversport looking for a little bit of open water. And they've got it just a couple of inches for them as they come into the halfway point. So OKC Riversport in that potentially silver medal position, 1 seat of open water over Long Beach. But Long Beach has got to keep their eye on Holy Names and Mercer. That Holy Names Coxon is determined. I don't know if you can hear her from my microphone, but she is loud and that crew is really responding. This headwind is pretty big too. That is a significant issue when you're really light. 130 pounds for these ladies. So they're really doing their best to keep their strokes long, keep those blades in the water as long as possible, and use lots of power. So we're not seeing very high stroke ratings. Right here at the 1,000-meter line, Manhasset is still in the lead, followed by OKC Riversport and Long Beach in 3rd.
Amazing action here at Lake Natoma. These women's lightweight 4s, this is the grand final. Manhasset continuing to lead. OKC Riversport out ahead with 3rd place belonging to Long Beach. There's a little bit of open water between OKC Riversport's stern and the bow of Long Beach. Then it is Mercer in lane 4 getting challenged by Holy Names in lane 6. Then back to Bromfeld, Acton, Boxborough. The field begins to spread out just past the halfway point. And OKC Riversport beginning to creep up on the leading boat of Manhasset. Manhasset still has about a 4-seat lead, but I tell you what, OKC Riversport is right there. All the Manhasset Coxon has to do is glance to her right to see the bow ball and bow marker on the OKC Riversport. Going for the gold in the women's lightweight 4s here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Manhasset in the lead. OKC Riversport right there behind. Long Beach Juniors in 3rd, being challenged by Holy Names and PNRA Mercer, but they are about a boat length of open water back. Then Bromfeld, Acton, Boxborough trailing the field. But up front, a real battle as they begin to apply the power. And ladies and gentlemen, here comes OKC Riversport pouring on the power, picking up the stroke rate. They're beginning to go back and forth. And Manhasset trying to fend off and defend their lead, but OKC Riversport is right there. Here comes Manhasset back. Manhasset has about a 2-foot advantage. Every stroke, they're bobbing back and forth. OKC Riversport trying to come up. Manhasset fighting to stay in the lead. OKC Riversport falls back a bit, but then Manhasset pulls forward. Here comes OKC Riversport again. OKC Riversport has taken the lead only by about 2 feet as they're 300 meters from the finish in the women's lightweight 4 grand final for these 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism and Folsom Travel Bureau. They're battling it out. the orange boat and the orange uniforms, battling it in lanes 1 and 2 for the women's lightweight 4 gold medal. OKC Riversport coming ahead of Manhasset. Manhasset trying to keep up. Meanwhile, Long Beach Juniors in third, right behind them, trying to hold on for the bronze medal, but it is OKC Riversport and Manhasset battling it out. Then Holy Names and Mercer doing battle for fourth in the nation. 50 meters from the finish, it's OKC Riversport surging ahead of Manhasset, trying to grab the gold medal in the women's lightweight 4. Here comes Manhasset back, trying to fight back to the lead, but they may run out of water. A couple of strokes from the end, and it is OKC Riversport winning gold in the women's lightweight 4. Manhasset winning silver. Long Beach coming across the line in third for bronze. And then here's the battle between Mercer and Holy Names for fourth. It's Mercer leading, but Bromfield Acton Boxborough in the mix too, coming in sixth. So it's PNRA Mercer in fourth, Holy Names in fifth, and Bromfield Acton Boxborough in sixth. What a race right there. It was OKC Riversport capturing the gold. And they look like they might be too weary from working so hard in order to celebrate, but their coxswains looking around going, "Come on, girls, we did it." Congratulations all around. Boy, these lightweight women have been worn out. That headwind making them work harder to make sure they can get the power in there. You heard Adrian talking about it, and it was intense. You're watching live streaming of the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. We have the eights about to begin. And remember, you're watching this live, but videos of individual races will be available from U.S. Rowing in about a week. You will be able to get the individual races if you'd like to keep them and share them with your friends and family. Just check out usrowing.org to learn more about the videos of the individual races that will be available. And there have been some incredible racing going on here on Lake Natoma this afternoon, but now we're going to the big boats in the home stretch for the big championships. The men's lightweight eights about to begin.
And we have a start in the sea-level final for the men's lightweight Youth 8 here at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for 2014. All crews coming through the breakage area. We do have 8 boats on the water for this race, so we'll keep our eye on all of them and try to get them in order for you. Right now, all boats are still tightly packed as we come up to the 250-meter point, but we've got a very early leader out of lane 1. That is OARS. And Oars Crew with a 1-length lead, almost a little bit of open water for them over Mount Baker. So Mount Baker rowing out of lane 2 with a slight lead over Community Rowing. Community Rowing in third, slight lead over Brookline High School in lane 4. But with Green Lake right there with them. So Green Lake actually surging ahead of Brookline High School for that 4th place position. So lots of change up here before we get to the 500-meter mark. As crews settle into their base rate, we'll see a lot of change in positioning between our boats. But what is clear is that Orlando Area Rowing Association is well out in front, a little bit of open water over the remaining 7 boats. So in that 2nd place spot, it is Mount Baker. They're followed by lane 5, Green Lake. Mount Baker and Green Lake crosstown rivals. 4th place is going to go back inside to Community Rowing, and then Brookline High School right behind them. That 6th place position, it is lane 6, Canisius, followed by Arlington Belmont Crew in 7th, and then Mountain Lakes in 8th place. And all boats coming up to the 750 meter mark. Orlando Area Rowing Association continuing to hold on to that lead. And with Mount Baker rowing out of lane 5, they had cut into that lead just a little bit. So Orlando had an open water lead, but now Mount Baker has taken some of that away. They're being pushed by Green Lake out there in lane 5. So Green Lake and Mount Baker vying for that second place position. I'm going to give the advantage right now to Green Lake with Mount Baker in third. They're followed by lane 3, Community Rowing. And then Brookline High School right next to them. In lane 6, it is Canisius in that 6th place position. Canisius bow to stern over Arlington Belmont crew, and then back by a little bit of open water in 8th place, it is Mountain Lakes. Here we are at the 1,000 meter line. This is the sea level final for the men's lightweight youth 8.
The clamor of the coxswains in these 8s is incredible. Just to hear them coming down the course. You sometimes pity the rowers that are in their boats getting screamed at. The sea final for the men's lightweight 8s here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. Exciting racing to come. These lightweight 8s, A, B, and C finals, then the women's 8s and the men's 8s. Arlington Belmont crew and Mountain Lakes off the pace. And quite a spread in this C final. But out in the lead, it is the Oars boat in lane 1, followed closely by Mount Baker in lane 2 and Community Rowers in lane 3, stacking them up right across. Brookline and Green Lake following them. Then Canisius, Arlington, Belmont, and Mountain Lakes. Actually, right now, it's Green Lake that has the advantage over Brookline for that 4th place. But back and forth and back and forth. The light just perfect out here on Lake Natoma. On this sunny day, really making the colors pop. But look at all those rowers lined up right across the course. An incredible sight as the Oars boat and the lane 1 continues to lead. Mount Baker in second, just by about 5 seats. 6 seats back from that is the Community Rowers. And then the fight between Brookline and Green Lake. "300 meters from the finish." And as we've seen today, it ain't over till it's over, because these boats can move fast and move a long way in a short amount of time. The C final for the men's lightweight 8s here in the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. The Oars boat in lane 1 in the lead. Mount Baker right there as they hit the 250 meters to go mark. It's becoming quite a battle as the boats line up across the course. Just because you're leading at 250 meters doesn't guarantee that you're going to win. The Green Lake boat's coxswain is urging the rowers onward. Here comes Oars. It's Mount Baker in lane 2. Community Rowers trying to fight their way forward. Out in lane 6, Canisius trying to come back at the finish line by just a few feet. It is the Oars boat in lane 1. Followed by Mount Baker. Community Rowers. A quick and difficult 4th place to call between Brookline and Canisius. Then Green Lake. The Arlington Belmont crew and Mountain Lakes as well.
In third, they have about 1 seat over lane 4, Oakland Strokes. So Oakland Strokes sitting in that 4th position, 2 seats over Pocock out of lane 6, and Pocock with 3 seats over Saugatuck rowing out of lane 3. So Saugatuck in 6th. Long Beach looking to extend their lead here at 750 meters in. They're still holding tight to that 3-seat advantage, now pulling up to 4 seats. 4 seats over OKC Riversport. Really big gust of wind here right at 750 meters coming right off of their starboard side. So again, blade work very important as they progress down the course. This is the most exposed area on this race course. There's no white caps or anything, surely nothing that these guys can't handle, but just something to be aware of as they come down the course. Their coxswain should be able to see that on the water and give them a heads up to get those blades right into the water. But Long Beach still holding on, 4 seats ahead of OKC Riversport and just barely ahead of St. Louis. St. Louis holding on to 3rd just by about half a seat over Oakland Strokes. And so now we're looking at a really good fight for that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place position. OKC Riversport still holding on just barely, with St. Louis pushing them at the halfway point. Pocock still in 5th, Saugatuck in 6th.
Long Beach Junior trying to hold on to their lead with OKC Riversport hot on their trail, with just about 4 seats behind St. Louis, and a fight between St. Louis and Pocock going hot and heavy in lanes 5 and 6. Oakland Strokes in the mix as well. Saugatuck lagging slightly behind, though, here in the B final, the Petite final. In 2014 at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for the men's lightweight 8s. Long Beach clinging to their lead. OKC Riversport right behind them, with St. Louis making some big moves, but it's Long Beach continuing to lead. Those distinctive yellow uniforms, easy to see down the course. A fight, though, between Oakland Strokes in lane 4 and St. Louis in lane 5 for 3rd place right now, as Long Beach is trying to fend off OKC Riversport. Quite a race going there, so 2 sets battling. Meanwhile, Saugatuck is back in the mix as well. And it's Pocock off the pace in 6th. But back out front, Long Beach, OKC Riversport going head-to-head. Oakland Strokes and St. Louis going head-to-head. Less than 500 meters to go here in the Petite final for the men's lightweight 8s. And it's going to be a battle. OKC Riversport's beginning to try to advance. Oakland Strokes trying to pull up and ahead of St. Louis. Again, rowing that sport where you try to balance everything you need to do. The sprint at the beginning, the sprint at the end, the power in the middle. And this will be a race. Long Beach with less than 200 meters to go, continuing to lead. OKC Riversport trying to get out. St. Louis fighting its way, or trying to keep up with Oakland Strokes. Saugatuck trailing, as is Pocock. But Long Beach trying to cling to that lead with just 50 meters to go in the B final for the men's lightweight 8s. Long Beach Juniors in lane 2 heading towards the finish line. It's Oakland Strokes trying to catch up with OKC Riversport, but it's going to be Long Beach winning the B final. OKC Riversport hanging on for 2nd. Oakland Strokes for 3rd. St. Louis slipping to 4th. With Saugatuck in 5th and Pocock in 6th here in the Petite final. The men's lightweight 8s with the grand final straight ahead here at the 2014 Rowing the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships.
And here we are in the grand final for the men's lightweight 8 at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for 2014. We have 6 boats on the course, and this is a very, very competitive category. All these guys are gunning for each other, and hot out of the gate, it was Marin Rowing jumping to an early lead. I had them clocked at 48 strokes a minute for their first starting sequence. And here they are with their the line at 100 meters in. They already have a 5-seat advantage over Newport Aquatic Center in lane 2. I had Newport clocked at 46 out of the gates, so you know that right off of the line they're hoping to get as much of a jump on each other as they can. Now right behind Newport, down by about 3 seats, it is St. Joseph's Prep from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. St. Joe's Prep has 3 seats over our 4th place crew from Florida, Belen Jesuit. And in the 5th place spot, we'll move over to lane 6. That is Sarasota. Sarasota with 1 seat over our 6th place crew from Detroit. That is Detroit Rowing Club in 6th. But all boats still within contact to each other. No one has any open water. No one has a full length. But Marin is almost there to that full length position. That bow ball of the Newport Aquatic Center boat sitting on the coxswain of the Marin boat. Now, Marin was the champion in this event in 2012 and perennially a favorite in this and the heavyweight varsity 8. So we'll see how they do as they come into the halfway point, but it sure does look like dominance as they get that stern deck on the bow ball of the Newport Aquatic Center boat. So Marin pulling themselves to a full length ahead of Newport. Newport sitting 5 seats ahead of St. Joe's. St. Joe's sitting in 3rd with 7 seats over Belen Jesuit. Belen Jesuit with 4 seats over Detroit, and Detroit and Sarasota even. 1,000 meters to go. This is the grand final for the men's lightweight 8.
Marin still staying 9 seats ahead of the boat from Newport in lane 2 here in the grand final of the men's lightweight 8s. They are stacked up across the course. The one exception would be the Detroit boat, which is slipped into 6th, and Sarasota crew in lane 6 is in 5th. But it is Marin out in front in the men's lightweight 8s in the grand final for the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism, with help from the city of Folsom here at Lake Natoma. It's been a beautiful day, and we have some great racing still to come, with Marin trying to hold on to this lead. 1,250 meters into the race, they are still in the lead after that fast start. Boy, 48 strokes. What Adrian clocked? Wow. In the meantime, Belen Jesuit is fell behind, and Detroit has moved back ahead of Belen Jesuit. And Sarasota crew that was hanging in there has fallen off the pace slightly too, but back at the front it is Marin in the lead, and Newport sticking to their stern. Newport Aquatic Center trying to maintain contact with that Marin boat. You know how it goes. Sometimes you go out fast and you pay for it in the end. 500 meters to go in the grand final for the men's lightweight 8s. Marin still holding on, but that number 2 bow number and bow ball of Newport Aquatic Center hanging right there with them. St. Joseph Prep still in 3rd. Who's got the power to make the move? Marin continuing to lead. Newport trying to catch up. Marin maintaining that one boat length lead here in the men's lightweight 8 grand final, reaching for the gold. Will they be able to hold off and defend that lead as Newport continues to move forward? But here comes St. Joseph Prep. Detroit now in the mix. They had looked out of it in the beginning, but boy, they are beginning to surge as well. Sarasota crew in lane 6 trying to maintain contact. But boy, these boats are beginning to really walk up the course. Marin trying to hold on. Detroit trying to surge. Newport, St. Joseph in there. Balin Jesuit falling back to 6th. Can Detroit make it? Here comes Marin. 20 meters from the finish. Marin still pulling. Detroit's pulled into second. Can they hold off? But Newport coming back at the finish. Second place. Too close to call between Detroit and Newport. Fourth place goes to St. Joseph Prep. Fifth to Sarasota. And sixth to Balin Jesuit, the men's lightweight 8s here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. What a race there for the gold. Marin crossing first. We'll have to wait for the official results to see who came in second. But what a finish in the men's lightweight 8s. A wicked run at the end and just some amazing rowing and competition happening. Two wore out to even give high fives at just low fives and fist bumps all around in the Marin boat, that men's lightweight 8. The two big races of the day here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. The women's 8, A, B, and C finals straight ahead, followed by the A, B, and C finals of the men's 8s. You're watching live streaming of the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, and a reminder that videos of individual races, like that great one in the men's lightweight 8, will be available from U.S. Rowing in about a week. Check your web browser and keep track of that. Thanks again to the Sacramento State Aquatic Center, the host organization, for this great national championship regatta. Great racing already happened. Great racing still to come here at Lake Natoma. Okay. Oh, wait. Unofficially, it looks as if Newport did edge out Detroit for the silver there in the men's lightweight 8. Unofficially, it looks like Marin first, Newport second, and Detroit third in the men's lightweight 8s. That's gold, silver, and bronze.
And right now we have the sea level final for the women's Youth 8 at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, currently underway and approaching the 500-meter line. Right now our early leader is in lane 1, Cincinnati Junior Crew. They already have a little bit of open water over the remaining 7 boats. So we do have 8 boats racing in this event. And right now Cincinnati Juniors with that lead over lane 3, Everett Rowing Association. So Everett in that second place position. They're followed by Mount St. Joseph in lane 2. Mount St. Joseph with a slight lead over lane 5, Pocock. So Pocock currently sitting in 4th. They have a bow to stern advantage over Atlanta Juniors rowing out of lane 4. And in 6th place, we'll move over to lane 6. That's New Trier. New Trier with 2 seats over lane 7, Wilmington. And then back to them by a little bit of open water is lane 8, Pittsford Crew. So lots of action going on out here, and surely there will be a lot of change up as we progress a little bit further down the course. But all boats rowing very cleanly, and Cincinnati Juniors really making a statement here, pulling away from these remaining 7 boats, now with open water. Everett doing a nice job here in that second place position, looking to be bow to stern over both Mount St. Joseph's and Pocock. So really nice tight battle here going on between Pocock and Mount St. Joseph's. Pocock has pulled into that 3rd place position, Mount St. Joseph's slipping back to 4th. Back to them by 1 length. And in that 5th place position, it is lane 4, Atlanta Juniors. Atlanta Juniors sitting bow to stern over New Trier. But Wilmington Youth still holding tight to New Trier. Wilmington in 7th place, but just down to New Trier by about 2 seats. Pittsford Crew continuing in 8th. All crews now approaching the halfway point. This is the sea level final for the women's Youth 8.
The Cincinnati Juniors are perennial winners in the national championships. They've had quite a few boats win national titles in the last few years, and they must be disappointed in being in the C final, but they're going to make the best of it and are leading here in the women's 8C final. Here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, the women's 8 races are sponsored and presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. The boats fighting the headwind here on Lake Natoma as the locally named Delta winds begin to blow, making it a bit of a challenge for some of the rowers, but for others used to dealing with those adverse conditions there, well, just dealing with the conditions. Cincinnati Juniors leading the women's 8C final here at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships right now. Second place belongs to Everett Rowing. And then there's a bit of a spread. This field is very much spread out from front to back. It's the Cincinnati Juniors and Everett Rowing. Cincinnati Juniors looking good. Everett Rowing in second place right now. Out in lane 5, Pocock is holding on to third, with Mount St. Joseph, it appears, in fourth right now. New Trier, Wilmington Youth, Pittsford Crew, Everett Rowing Association all in this race in the C final for the women's 8s. The Sacramento State Aquatic Center been very gracious and hospitable host all weekend long for this Youth National Championship. And the 1,500 high school and junior athletes who have been competing have been enjoying both the fine weather and the pretty landscapes all around here. Approaching 250 meters to go in the race, the Cincinnati Juniors continue to lead.
We're starting to get all kinds of people.
It's Everett Rowing Association that is in second. And it is quite a spread out field for the C final. Cincinnati Juniors looking very strong as they head into the last couple of 100 meters, with Cincinnati Juniors in first, Everett Rowing Association in second, Pocock in third right now. Then Mount St. Joseph and maybe New Trier, difficult to say from this angle, but it's easy to see that the Cincinnati Juniors are in the lead and heading towards first place in the C final for the women's 8. Here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Everett Association is coming in second. Pocock in third. Mount St. Joseph in fourth. Atlanta Juniors reaching to fend off New Trier for fifth. New Trier coming in sixth. Wilmington Youth in seventh. And with about 30 meters to go, Pittsford Crew coming in eighth in the C final for the women's 8. So the C final concludes the Cincinnati Juniors winning.
Half a seat over Marin. Although Marin doing their best to try and pull even and get to that lead position by the 500-meter point. CRI slipping back into third, but with Saugatuck right there on their heels. Marina has moved into the 5th place position, overtaking Chicago for that spot, so Chicago sitting in 6th. But all crews still within contact to each other. And now here we go, it is Marin for the lead. Marin making a big jump there at 500 meters, now sitting 3 or 4 seats over Waylon Weston. And because this is a B-level final, these ladies are racing for places 7 through 12 in the nation in the women's Youth 8. A pretty proud accomplishment considering the level of talent in the field. So Marin now extending their lead out to 5 seats over Waylon Weston. And Community Rowing out in lane 1 trying to pull even with Waylon Weston for that 2nd place spot. So too close to call between those two crews. But back in that 4th place position, it is Saugatuck. Saugatuck continuing to hold off, a really nice charge here from Marina Aquatic Center. Chicago still in 6th. Now all crews encountering that little bit of a gust of wind as we come into 750 meters in. Marin extending their lead out now by 7 seats over Waylon Weston. Waylon Weston in 2nd, pulling 3 seats over Community Rowing. But now Saugatuck actually looks to have overtaken Community Rowing for that 3rd place spot. And Marina looking to come up and challenge Saugatuck for that 3rd place spot.
Halfway through a 2,000-meter race, 1,000 meters in, a long way to go, but Marin continues to lead with Waylon Weston in 2nd. And a fight between Saugatuck and Community Rowers. Actually, I think Saugatuck is giving Waylon Weston a run for the money, and not to be left out, Marina Aquatic Center is in the race too. Lined up right across the course, and those coxswains are clamoring for more power from their rowers. It's a battle between Waylon Weston and Saugatuck and Marina Aquatic Center, all fighting. Look at those rowers lined up right across the course. Just amazing. And we're talking about just about a quarter of boat length difference among all of them. But out in front, it is still Marin. Marin in lane 2 has a bit of an open water lead, but the other 5 boats in this race are neck and neck and neck. Look at them move. Chicago in lane 4 has begun to make a move and are advancing. They'll see if they can catch up on Marin. You can see there, Coxon, she is just shouting so loud. Her head is jerking back and forth. Marin is stroking it well, but look at Chicago in lane 4. Lane 4 is moving up and following the Marina Aquatic Center. Marin trying to maintain the lead, but every one of these boats is in this race to win. The B final for the women's 8 in the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. These races presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism, and boy, it is a race going on. You can see if you are watching the feed that the Chicago Coxon is just whipping her rowers into shape. She is demanding that they row faster. Look at these boats charging down the course. Marin is still in the lead, but Chicago is coming up and just about to touch them. In the meantime, it's a battle between Saugatuck and Marina Aquatic Center and Community Rowers and Waylon Weston right behind them. But Chicago's been the one who's been on the move. Can she overcome the distance that she has to try to catch up with Marin? Marina Aquatic Center in touch with those. Chicago looking over and seeing the Community Rowers coming on strong. Waylon Weston trying to stay in the mix. Saugatuck not that far back. Marin, though, is the rabbit that the dogs are chasing. 200 meters to the finish line. The B final for the women's 8s at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Amazing racing going on, and this isn't even the grand final. This is just the B final, and they are rowing hard. Marin continues to lead. Chicago continues to move. Marina Aquatic Center trying to chase them down. Community Rowers were in it, but seem to be falling back. It looks like Waylon Weston has lost some of the punch, and Saugatuck's still moving forward too. But out in lane 6, Marina Aquatic Center is doing their best, but it's Marin in lane 2 in the B final for the women's 8, crossing the line and winning with an open water link over the boat from Chicago as Community Rowers rushes in, but no, it's still Marina Aquatic Center coming in 3rd, and then Community Rowers 5th belongs to Saugatuck, and 6th to Waylon Weston, who are looking so good at the beginning of the race. Just exhaustion on the faces, as you can see from the posture of the rowers after they've crossed the finish line. Amazing race season. But that boat from Marin winning the women's 8 B final here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships.
But Oakland now pulling away with 1 seat of open water over Connecticut Boat Club. Connecticut looking to extend their lead in that 2nd place position over both OKC Riversport and Sarasota. OKC Riversport looks to have that 3rd place position with perhaps 3 seats over Sarasota. Sarasota sitting in 4th, bow to stern over Mercer, and Mercer 4 seats over Mount Baker. And 1,000 meters to go. It is Oakland Strokes in the orange and the green right along the shoreline. They are champions in this event in 2012, and they're making a great show of it here with half a boat length of open water over the remaining crew. Connecticut Boat Club continuing to hold on to that silver medal position, but they are really being pushed hard by both Sarasota and OKC Riversport. So the fight right now is really for that bronze medal position.
Much like Marin was dominating the B final, Oakland Strokes doing their best to dominate the grand finals for the women's 8, presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. The Oakland Strokes boat out in front with an open water lead over the second place boat from Connecticut. Connecticut in lane 3, followed by OKC Riversport in lane 2. That's the 1, 2, 3 here. Gold, silver, and bronze if it were to end right now. But also in the picture, the Sarasota crew in lane 5 and Mercer in lane 4. Mount Baker off the pace slightly in lane 6. But it will be a race to the finish. We've seen many times today already that it ain't over till it's over. And these racing rowers will prove that to be such the case, as this women's 8 grand final is less than 500 meters from the finish line. Oakland Strokes continuing to be in the lead. Their coxswain glancing to the right, since they're in lane 1, keeps glancing over her right shoulder to check on the competition and make sure everything's working out okay. But Connecticut's trying to diligently hold on to second place with less than 500 meters to go now. It's still OKC Riversport, Mercer, Sarasota crew, Mount Baker all in the mix, but right now it is Oakland Strokes in the lead with Connecticut in second and OKC Riversports in third, but being challenged from the Sarasota crew out in lane 5. It's just Oakland Strokes staying in the lead for the time being, but boy, there's some battling going on behind them. Does anybody have some secret turbocharge in their boat to try to catch up? They have almost a 10-meter open water lead over the rest of the field here in the women's 8 final. The grand final, the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. It's Oakland Strokes out in the lead. Connecticut trying to keep up with them. Saw Sarasota trying to be part of the spoilers, with then OKC Riversport, Mercer, and Mount Baker in that order in the field. But it is Oakland Strokes putting the pedal to the metal, heading towards the finish line, heading towards the gold medal, the national title in the women's 8. Oakland Strokes, a commanding victory, crossing the finish line first for the gold, while Connecticut, reaching for silver, crosses next. Sarasota crew hoping for bronze, while OKC Riversports in 4th, Mercer in 5th, and Mount Baker in lane 6, crossing as the 6th fastest women's 8 boat in the nation here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. The women's 8s, the racing presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. Oakland Strokes, the Strokes standing up. The bow and 7-seat embracing. From the women's 8 to the men's 8 here.
And currently racing and approaching the 250-meter mark, it is the sea level final for the men's Youth 8. This event presented by the Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism Bureau. It's 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. We have 8 boats on the course right now. And right now, our leader is Mercer out of lane 1. Mercer pulling themselves almost with a little bit of open water, and we're not even quite at the 500-meter line. Now, the remaining 7 boats are all still within contact to each other, but I'll give a slight advantage to Pocock in lane 5 for that second-place position. They'll be followed very closely by lane 4, Jesuit College Prep of Dallas. And then right behind them, lane 3, Arlington Belmont crew, as well as OKC Riversport in lane 6. In 6th place, we'll move on over to Saugatuck in lane 2. Saugatuck with about 7 seats over our 7th place crew Atlanta Juniors, and Atlanta Juniors now sitting 7 seats over Chaminade in lane 8. So lots going on right now, and everyone's still very tightly packed. But PNRA Mercer is definitely out in front here. They don't quite have that open water that they did at the beginning because Pocock has taken a little bit of that away from them. So Pocock solidly in that second place position with Jesuit College chasing them. So Pocock holding off Jesuit College just by about 1 seat. Jesuit in third, holding off Arlington Belmont. Arlington Belmont in fourth. And in 6th place, Saugatuck in lane 2, even with OKC Riversport. Atlanta Juniors still in 7th, Chaminade in 8th. All boats approaching the halfway mark. This is the C-level final for the men's Youth 8.
Despite a full boat length lead, it's PNRA Mercer staying ahead, but not necessarily safe. Despite recent victories by other boats that stayed in the lead, as this is only the halfway point of the race, it's difficult to say how it'll all shake out in the next 1,000 meters, but it is Mercer in the lead at the halfway point for the C final for the men's 8s, presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. Again, running through the field, Mercer in first, Pocock trailing in second in a battle with Jesuit College Prep of Dallas. And then it is a fight with Arlington Belmont being in fourth right now. Saugatuck and OKC Riversport, Atlanta Juniors, Chaminade. Chaminade's trailing the field. Atlanta Juniors are in 7th, and they are about a boat length behind the pack. That includes OKC Riversport, Saugatuck, and the Arlington Belmont crew. But out front, PNRA Mercer, not a comfortable lead or as comfortable as they'd like here in the C final, but still a little bit of open water lead. Pocock and Jesuit College Prep of Dallas right there tight. 750 meters, approaching the usual zone where these boats will make a move. If anybody's going to try to break from the pack, it'll be close now. Pocock had been second, but has fallen back. And it's really going to be a battle for second or third here in the C final. Less than 500 meters to go in the men's C final, the men's 8 C final for the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for 2014. Over 1,500 athletes have been competing all weekend long here in Folsom, California on Lake Natoma to try to take home national titles. Here at the C final, ranking for 13 through 21, since there are 8 boats that are in this race. But PNRA Mercer in lane 1, leading with a significant amount of open water. And it's just some tight racing in the pack, with many of the boats beginning to make their move inside of 250 meters to go. Pocock trying to surge forward and out of the pack. Mercer still leading. Pocock beginning to pick up the power and move, with Saugatuck trying to hang in there and with them. Arlington Belmont and Jesuit Prep of Dallas in the fight too, but crossing the line first in the C final for the men's 8. It's the Mercer boat in lane 1. With here comes, a surge, a big surge from Saugatuck. They may have gotten second. Hard to say between them and Pocock. Then it was Arlington Belmont, followed by Jesuit Prep of Dallas. OKC River Sport. That was Chaminade in 7th and Atlanta Juniors in 8th in the C final for the men's 8th.
We are at 250 meters into the B-level final for the men's Youth 8 at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for 2014. All crews still within contact of each other. No one's really separated themselves out too much here, but we have a very, very slight lead for lane 2, St. Louis. St. Louis with perhaps a half a seat over Chicago in lane 1. The third place position will be lane 3, Green Lake. Green Lake with 2 seats over lane 4, Cincinnati Juniors. Now back to Cincinnati Juniors by about 5 seats is lane 5, Capital City from Tallahassee, Florida. Capital City has 4 seats over our 6th place crew, Sammamish. Sammamish rowing out of lane 6. And 500 meters, it is St. Louis. St. Louis with 2 seats now over Chicago. Chicago looking to take back that seat that St. Louis took from them. They're having to fight hard, though, right into this wind. Definite blade placement, really important. Getting those blades right into the water in the face of this headwind is going to be crucial throughout this piece. So Chicago doing a nice job there. Still not quite able to catch St. Louis. They're holding with 2 seats down to St. Louis. So Chicago in 2nd. In 3rd, we'll move over to Green Lake. Green Lake rowing out of lane 3. They have 4 seats over our 4th place crew from Cincinnati. Capital City holding on to 5th, sitting 2 seats over Sammamish in lane 6. And boats just past the 750 meter mark. St. Louis continues to hold on to that very slight lead over Chicago, with Green Lake chasing. Cincinnati Juniors looking to pull even with Green Lake and perhaps take over that 3rd place position. And that has happened here right before the 1,000 meter line. Cincinnati moving into 3rd, looking to challenge Chicago perhaps for that 2nd place spot.
Amazing move from the Cincinnati Juniors right before the 1,000 meter mark. Just an incredible increase in their stroke rate, and they have taken over 3rd place from Chicago. Still in the lead at St. Louis by about a seat, with Chicago in 2nd. Cincinnati Juniors hanging in 3rd. Green Lake in the mix as well. Capital City slightly back with Sammamish in 6th. The B final for the men's 8s, the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. These races being presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism. And these 8s, some exciting racing here on Lake Natoma. Sammamish hanging with the crowd, but both Sammamish and Capital City are behind the main pack. That St. Louis continues to lead by now 2, maybe 3 seats, but it's St. Louis in 1st, Chicago in 2nd, Green Lake in 3rd, and the Cincinnati Juniors, who had been surging ahead, have fell back just slightly, maybe paying for that quick pickup in pace, but some amazing proximity racing going on here in the B final for the men's 8s. Could be that the Cincinnati Juniors were just testing the waters to see how people would respond It didn't really look like anyone zoomed out when they made their move, but here comes Chicago beginning to walk up on St. Louis. St. Louis had a 2-seed lead. Now they only have a 1-seed lead, and Chicago continues to do that walk. In the meantime, it is Green Lake holding on to third place. They're approaching those red buoys, indicating 250 meters to go. Chicago pulling even with St. Louis. This is going to be a dead heat as they cross those red buoy lines. In the meantime, still Green Lake holding on to third. And Chicago has passed St. Louis. Chicago now 3 seats ahead of St. Louis. It's Chicago in the lead. St. Louis in second. Green Lake in third. The Cincinnati Juniors beginning to surge in fourth. In fifth, it's the Sammamish in lane 6. Capital City has fallen back to sixth. Can Chicago hold on as they come down to the wire? Chicago in the lead here in the B final for the men's 8s. St. Louis, who had taken the lead, now slipping back to third as Green Lake begins to surge. Cincinnati trying to maintain contact. Chicago holding on to the lead. Green Lake coming up fast. St. Louis trying to respond. The last few strokes heading towards the finish line. Here in the B final, it is Chicago crossing the line first and St. Louis holding on for second. It is Green Lake in third, Cincinnati in fourth, Sammamish will be fifth, and it will be Capital City in sixth. The petite final for the men's 8 here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Now to the grand final and the big finale.
And we are awaiting a start in the grand final for the men's Youth 8 here at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for 2014. Crews are being pulled. The flag is up. And we have a start. This is the Grand Men's Youth 8. We have 6 crews on the water with 2 national championships. Marin Rowing Association having won this event in 2012, Sarasota crew winning in 2013. All crews are now through the breakage area and approaching 250 meters in. Right now, our very early leader is in lane 3. That is Sarasota crew. Sarasota crew about a half a seat ahead of Long Beach. Long Beach rowing out of lane 2, and Long Beach sitting half a seat ahead of Marin. Top 3 boats here very early on in this race, already almost about a length ahead of the remaining 3 crews. That 4th place position, it is Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes sitting 4 seats ahead of Central Catholic from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And in the 6th place position is Community Rowing from Boston. So Sarasota now sitting 3 seats ahead of Long Beach, and Long Beach 4 seats ahead of Marin. All boats approaching the 500-meter line. Oakland Strokes still in 4th, but looking to pull even with Marin for that 3rd place position. In fifth, it is Central Catholic out in lane 6. They have a 6-seat advantage over Community Rowing, currently in that 6th place position, rowing out of lane 5. Now Sarasota is still in the lead, but their lead has shrunk a little bit. They now have only 2 seats over Long Beach, with Oakland pushing themselves into that 3rd place position. Marin dropping back to 4th, down to Oakland just by about 2 seats. Central Catholic looking to come up and challenge Marin. 750 meters.
Back off a little bit, and we're going to go all the way in.
Just past 750 meters, Sarasota continues to hold on to a 3-seat lead over Long Beach. Long Beach holding 4 seats over Oakland Strokes. And here is Oakland sitting 7 seats over Marin and Central Catholic. So Central Catholic and Marin even. Community Rowing down to Central Catholic and Marin by 1 length in that 6th place position. But Sarasota just barely holding on to the lead over Long Beach. Long Beach pulling even now with Sarasota at the halfway point.
The grand final for the men's 8 here at the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. The race presented by Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism, and what a race it is. Long Beach Juniors, Sarasota Crew, Oakland Strokes, lanes 2, 3, and 4 respectively, battling it out. But right now it is Long Beach Juniors who have surged past, and Oakland Strokes who have taken over 2nd place. Sarasota Crew in 3rd right now. But boy, Long Beach Juniors are putting on a clinic. The official video broadcast sponsor of U.S. Rowing Events is the Scholastic Rowing Association of America. Thank you for your support as we watch this great coverage of the grand final for this year's Youth National Championships, the men's 8, the grand final, the A final, with the Long Beach Juniors in the lead by about 4 seats over the Oakland Strokes boat in lane 4. Sarasota Crew continuing to pursue those front 2 boats. 750 meters to go. Marin in lane 1, lagging behind at Central Catholic in lane 6. That's moving right along. And Community Rowers lagging behind the pack as well. But out front, Long Beach Juniors continue to be in the lead in the men's 8 grand final. The coxswains carefully calculating what the other boats might be doing, but Long Beach Juniors staying ahead of the Oakland Strokes boat in lane 4. The Long Beach coxswain glancing over the shoulder to see what's happening with the Oakland Strokes. Less than 500 meters to go. Long Beach still in the lead. Oakland Strokes in 2nd. Sarasota trying to hold on to 3rd, but look at Long Beach fly. The rhythm of the boat as they're 250 meters from the end. The Long Beach Juniors have a nice swing in the boat. Does anybody have some afterburners to catch up with them or not? Long Beach Juniors in the lead. Oakland Strokes in 2nd. Sarasota trying to hold on to 3rd, but Central Catholic out in lane 6 trying to make a move. Going for the gold. Here comes the Oakland Strokes as well. Long Beach trying to hold on. The Long Beach Juniors going for gold in the men's 8 here in the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Holding on. It's Oakland Strokes looking for the silver right now. And the bronze Will it be? Oh, hard to call the bronze. Somewhere between Sarasota and Central Catholic. Meantime, 5th place goes to Marin and 6th place to the Community Rowers. The 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Long Beach winning the gold in the men's 8 and celebrating the water. Well, I know that coxswain's going to be getting wet a little bit later, but he's getting wet right now. Long Beach, the gold. Amazing. The silver to Oakland strokes, and we'll have to see where the bronze ends up. Thanks to the Scholastic Rowing Association of America, the official broadcast sponsor of U.S. rowing events, to the Sacramento State Aquatic Center, the host organization, to Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism in the city of Folsom, and the U.S. rowing sponsors and partners, including the National Rowing Foundation and United States Olympics Committee. Videos will be available of this race from U.S. Rowing within the week. Stay close and watch for that. Unofficial results for the men's 8. Marin. Long Beach. Nope. We don't have the. I'll come back to that. We'll see you in Sarasota next year for the Youth National Championships presented by U.S. Rowing. Thank you again. Awards for the last races will be coming up in just a bit. You've been watching streaming coverage of the 2014 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, live from the Sacramento State Aquatic Center in Folsom, California. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next year in Sarasota.